city of Johannesburg is really beautiful. Called Da Vinci, and I'm going to be spending 2 nights here. Let's go explore this hotel. The best part is this place is in the mall, like it's located in the same building where the mall is, so I'm going to go shopping with you all, and I know you're coming along. Anyway, this place is very cold. It's currently about 11 degrees. It's so cold. Like, I didn't expect Johannesburg to be this cold, but then yeah, we are here, so let's go explore this place. Let's go. Cheers, guys. So we've been given a welcome juice, which is cranberry juice.
Yes, my name is Mom.
This is good. Guys, this bathtub is going to serve its purpose on this trip because I'm really going to use it. This place is very beautiful, very comfortable, very clean, and it also comes with a safe. And yeah, I've already settled in. And this is a WC and a shower. So for someone who doesn't like the bathtub, you can make good use of the shower. This place is really beautiful. Thank you so much to the South African tourism. This place is really beautiful. I'm going to be spending 2 nights at this beautiful hotel called the Da Vinci. It's in the middle of town. Let's see how outside looks like from here, from my room. It's actually in the city, and the buildings around here are so beautiful. I can't wait to explore Johannesburg before heading back to Accra. Wow, I have like just 2 days in Johannesburg, and I'm really going to make it worthwhile. Wow, this place is beautiful. This is going to be my room. So comfortable, so cold, just the way I like it. So clean, white and gray. Oh my goodness, this experience, amazing. Too much enjoyment. Wow guys, I don't know if you can tell, but it's raining ice. Wow, this is my first time seeing that. Wow. Have you seen that before? It's currently raining, but this view is so beautiful. You have to see it from the restaurant. Look at this. Wow. Sunset. Cheers, guys. There's vapor coming out of my mouth. Yeah. Oh my god. How was the meal? So we're going to talk about our meal. How was the meal here?
It was too much. We're fighting on our table. And we realized that you guys are slow eaters.
Yeah, and we had to come and collect your balance.
Yes.
And I love the food.
I enjoyed the fish, especially.
Yeah.
That fish was.
And I'm so glad I took too much of the fish. More than anyone on the table. That was
So
the
guys,
best one.
South Africa is a vibe. Johannesburg is a vibe. It's cold here. The sun is out. Woo! There is this wind that just passed. Oh my goodness. Here is definitely a vibe. I hope you're also following me on Instagram. If you're not, my name is Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Follow me, join the family. Usually I post on my stories first before YouTube sees it. So yeah, please follow, join the family. Let's be friends on Instagram. Good morning. Good morning from my hotel. Good morning from the city. This is my morning view. The city of Johannesburg is really beautiful, and right here from my hotel, I just woke up. I'm going to have breakfast, and of course you all are coming along. This is going to be the second day having breakfast here, and yeah, I'm taking you along. Guys, this place is really nice. So what happened is I've been here in this hotel, going like in and out of the hotel, like because we had other activities to do. So I hope like so far I've been able to show you around. Yesterday I felt like really sick, but thank God today I feel so fine. I don't know whether it's the change in weather. I don't know. Yesterday I was really feeling sick, but today I feel much better. So let's go have some breakfast and then let's explore this hotel before I finally leave later on today. So yeah, let's go. How you doing?
Girl, good morning people. How are you? Today is the last full day. I'm so sad. We're going out to eat. Go down to eat right now.
Yeah, but they are staying till tomorrow. So yeah. So yeah, let's go have some breakfast.
Yeah, you know you have to do this. This hotel is so bougie.
No, you're supposed to use. You can even use your hand.
Yeah.
I learnt a lot of luxury things on this trip. So this is the reception area, which you already saw. So the good part is this hotel is in the middle of like the shopping mall. So here it's not like the traditional restaurant buffet where you can just go. What they have here is just cereal and then fruits. So we are going to order what we want. Yesterday I had an avocado on bread, but it was salted. So maybe today I would like to try something different. So I usually like my eggs running. Vivian likes her egg well done. Guys, let me know in the comment section. How do you usually like your eggs? Do you like it well done? Or you like it medium? Or you like it like very running? How do you like it?
Well done. You can't eat like that.
This is so good. So today is my last day here in Johannesburg, Sandton, and I mean, you can't come to the city and not shop. You can't come to the city and not see the city well. So I'm here to do my final shopping. I'm here with Sassy Funke. Guys, please, all the ladies have posted on my channel. In fact, all the ladies and gentlemen, please go to their channel, show them some love, tell them you're from Stella Chanelli.
Tell them you're from Stella Chanelli. Come, Sassy Funke. You're gonna love my channel. You're gonna love me. You might even love me so much. You might be like, Stella, we didn't know about her. Maybe we'll drop you. Is it live?
So I also just met Tina, right?
Tina Sparks.
I just met Tina Sparks. Yeah, she's a content creator based here
in Johannesburg.
Yeah. What do you do on your channel?
I do travel.
Yeah.
And like, what do you call it?
Lifestyle
content. And yeah, please guys subscribe to my YouTube channel, Tina Sparks.
Kindly go to her channel, show her some love. So today she's going to take us shopping.
Yay!
Ready?
I'm ready.
And this is Vivian sitting so comfortably.
What's up, guys? I don't have energy.
You don't have energy. She's so tired and she's not going to. Okay, so we're about to leave this hotel. So all we need to do is just walk to the Sandton Mall, and I'm super excited you all are coming along. So let's go. Let's spend the last day here in Johannesburg. I'm going to miss here, but one thing I'm not going to miss is the cold. So yeah, let's go, guys. So she's going to take us to where we can get some local things to buy. Then I intend buying sneakers for myself. That's what I plan buying for myself. Then maybe can get some nice bag for my mom. So you can't come to South Africa without taking pictures here. We are currently here at the Nelson Mandela Park, which is just like less than a minute's walk from my hotel. I'm about to take some pictures at this popular place. This is how it looks like from here. Here is completed. I took some pictures here. It's a very popular landmark here in Johannesburg. So we are going shopping, and yeah, this is the Nelson Mandela Square. So if you come here, you can come have breakfast, lunch, take some pictures, yeah, and shop. Currently we have a souvenir shop. And morning, how are you? I'm good. You can get some souvenirs. Wow, this is so beautiful.
30 rand.
It's expensive?
It's expensive.
Okay, thank God for Tino. She tells me if it's too expensive, it's like 400 rand.
But it's because of the location. You can't find anything cheap here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the location
it's the richest square mile. What do you think? In Africa, you expect to find everything expensive here.
But this shop has like beautiful things. It's right here at the mall. Wow. Look at this, the shirts.
So this is the stage of Nelson Mandela.
You can't take. Since my trip was sponsored, I haven't really spent a lot. So I still have some dollars. I'm going to change here, so I can use for shopping, because the rate in Ghana cities is like mad. So we are changing $100, and this is what's how much are we getting each?
1,516. Yeah, 1,516.
1,516. Right here at the mall. This is how their currency looks. Because Vivian came with her passport, yeah, she had to like take all of us our $100 and change it at once.
They don't move around with their passports.
I know. So we got a good rate because we changed everything together. So I mean, that's a tip. When you're changing dollars and you have a number to change, just change as many as you can change. Don't change one, because if you change it separately, the rate goes down. Tino says that most of the things here at the mall, like the traditional things, are very expensive. You might want to consider getting it in the local market than the mall. Yeah, so I noticed that there are a lot of security people here. Why is that so?
Oh, it's
with guns?
It's because there's a lot of expensive stuff here, especially the jewelry. So in some parts, there's a place called the Jewelry Walk in this mall. You're not allowed to even carry your camera because they're afraid of planned crime. You know.
Oh, okay. Nice, right? Guys, let me know in the comment section. We have quite a number of them. Sorry, I didn't get the size I wanted, so I'm going to Puma, then check out Adidas. So here they are very strict on the nose masks. As soon as you take off your nose mask, they're like, yo nigger, you have to wear your nose mask. We found this place here at the mall. You could actually get like your picture into a Lego form, then they get you the Legos, then you fix it. It takes like 10 minutes. We have like an hour to shop. So this is interesting. How much did you say the size is?
It's 600.
And then the small ones?
No, it's 600 for the
small ones.
And it's 600 multiplied by 4 here.
Oh, okay. That's like 2. Wow. This is interesting. I'm contemplating whether to do this. I mean, a picture of myself hanging in my room won't be bad. Yeah. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section. Found Tope. Guys, you won't believe what he got. He came here to buy lingerie for his girlfriend. Hey, your girlfriend must be happy, oh. So, the girlfriend of Tope, if you are watching this, your boyfriend loves you so much.
Oh yeah, I love you, baby.
We are currently here at Edgar's, and since I came here for sneakers, I am just going straight to the sneakers. Wow, this is some really pretty shoes. This is 549 rand. I love this. I tried these shoes on and it's too small, so I need to get size 7. These are really pretty comfortable shoes, and I think it's cheap. It's 269, which is way cheaper than I'll get it in Ghana. So yes, so I got myself these shoes. So everything I got 3 shoes, 630, because they were running sales. Yeah. Finally here are the Adidas. Let me see if I can get some sneakers. Right. So I'm getting this 2,800 rand. Yeah, this looks good. I'm super excited I got the sneakers. Super excited. So guys, kindly show some love to Tina.
Yay, thank you. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's Tino Sparks.
Okay. Yeah. So she took me shopping. I couldn't find my friends. They all gone back to the hotel. So I got myself some shoes and some items here, and I'm super excited with what I got. If I had more time, I would have entered the Zara shop because there's no Zara in Ghana. We usually buy Zara online. So yeah. So I still have about 2 hours. So we are going for lunch. The entire group is going for lunch, and my hotel is right here, close to the Nelson Mandela Square. We are walking towards where we are going to be having lunch. Yeah. We've been having so much meat since we came for this trip. This meat is so good, especially the chicken and the prawns. We are here right here at something Sun, and the food was good, and my cocktail, non-alcoholic cocktail, mocktail actually. It's so good. I'm requesting another.
So we appreciate the work that you do, and we encourage you to proceed even in your own individual spaces to keep telling the good, positive story of the journey you've had in South Africa. And we look forward again to having you multiple times so that we can cover broader parts of South Africa, because we've only shown you possibly 2% of the country. You know, there's still 98% others. And you're certainly welcome to bring your family and friends in your own capacity. And if you do need any help from us, all of you have our details. We've got Jennifer, you've got myself. Get in touch and let's see how we can assist you. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. It's been an awesome experience being with you, and we look forward to seeing you back at home. Safe journey to the Ghanaians and Nigerians. You've got a benefit of the rest of the afternoon to do your last minute shopping. Shop. Don't take any Nara home. Be make sure when you go, your wallet only has your ticket. Okay.
the trip is over and I've checked in, gone through immigration. My bags are currently close to the gates with my other colleague. Wanted to see if I could get some toffees, candies for my kids and anything I can get for myself too at the duty-free shop. Yeah. So I got this candy. Anita, what are you getting for your children?
Yeah. I'm getting some Kit Kats.
Kit Kats. See? They really have a lot. I hope it's not too expensive. Okay, so I just saw a South African bag for 230 rand. They have variety of items. I got my stuff. I got some items that I couldn't buy at the mall and also couldn't buy at the market. I'm super happy with the things I got. Even though it's expensive, it's for my mom, so she deserves all the good things in life. I have never run like this in my entire life. So I was buying at the duty free, not knowing that they had already boarded. Come and see speed. If I was late like 2 minutes, I doubt I'll be able to fly. And all my things are gone.
Yeah.
Including, okay, I had my passport at least.
No, you had your passport, so that one.
That one.
Wow. That was the main reason why I wasn't worried.
Because I had my passport.
Because yeah, you had your passport.
Hey.
Your study, you can always have it.
Wow. Don't be like me. Be on time.
What's up, guys? What's happening? We out here. You know, we about to fuck shit up. So what's up, guys? How you doing today?
Yeah.
Stella here, and
Yeah.
I'm here with Tayo. And
Yeah, Tayo, of course.
I'm taking over your channel.
Okay.
We're discussing travel in Africa, right?
Basically,
Okay,
yes.
so take over.
Okay, so guys, I have this beautiful lady and a handsome gentleman here with us. And it's so scarce to get them because they are always traveling, always busy. This is Sasifunke, and we have here
Anita.
and we have here So guys, we are actually going to talk about traveling in Africa. So I have been to about 5 African countries. Tayo, how many countries have you been?
I think 12.
And Anita, how many African
I'd
countries?
have to count them. I think Cote d'Ivoire, Seychelles, South Africa, Nigeria,
Okay.
and Togo. So 5.
Oh, mine is actually 6. I miscounted.
Yeah.
And
Gosh,
you?
I think maybe 9.
9. Wow, you're such a traveler.
I was expecting to hear like 50. You know.
In Africa, you said no. In Africa.
Okay. So we are going to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly about traveling in Africa. Now, starting from Anita, tell me your best moments traveling in Africa.
My best moment, I think this trip, travel to SA, bringing us here, one of my best so far, followed by Seychelles, then Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tayo, you?
Best or worst?
Best.
Plenty,
We'll come to the west.
So I think best was actually South Africa too, because
Yeah.
I think one of the things for me is like, when you travel with people, it's different.
Yeah.
So my first South African trip, I was here and I had a lot of friends here and I spent a long time. And also this one too, many people to interact with, it's not boring. So this also, I think I'll also put it up there as part of my best trips.
Okay, I think my best too has been this trip to South Africa.
Gosh. Okay,
And
I'm
you?
going to sound like a broken record. I'm going to
no,
South
that's
Africa.
okay.
I think for me, in terms of how they've curated this trip, South African tourism has been incredible. And also traveling as a group, I've never actually really done that.
Me too, actually.
And it's been fun, it's been amazing, like the energy's been great. So I've really enjoyed that.
Okay, now at least we are getting there. They shared their best travel African
travel.
Yeah, travel experience. So now, what are the challenges you say you have experienced traveling within Africa?
I'm a Nigerian, so I was born with challenges.
Okay. Anyway, so all of them are YouTubers, right?
I'm not a YouTuber.
Okay,
I'm an incoming YouTuber.
Incoming. So Tayo has shared a lot of experiences about so many problems, deportation,
like traveling,
extorting,
I've
that.
actually not been deported yet.
Oh, okay.
But I've been arrested. I've been
denied.
I've been all the negative stuff, and it's just because I'm a Nigerian. So I think I've had, well, I say 2 or 3. But my worst travel experience has been Ethiopia. When I was like arrested at the airport and told to go and take a dump in front of police officers and everything. So that was my worst, and that was last year. My worst travel
Have you also experienced worst moments yet?
So far, I haven't. You know, the good thing is that most of my trips, either it's sponsored like this one, or maybe I'm going with someone I really trust, and so everything is facilitated and there's some kind of comfort.
Hey,
yeah, but then I think
the
only time I felt the only time I was like, this was stressful was when we were going to Seychelles, because they require lots of things, and even when you get to the airport, you have to make sure all your paper, like a lot of travel documents, like it was really stressful. But the moment we landed and then I saw the view from the airport, I was like, it was worth it too.
Okay, personally, I haven't had any problems traveling. I think the little problems are like they want money and all that, but then I've not really had.
I think the money part, it happens in Nigeria a lot.
Yeah,
the airports. Funke and Tayo, your people.
No, we know.
They will open your bag, and then it's like every time I'm trying to hide my money because if they see it.
Okay, Funke, what about you? Your worst moment?
Worst moment, I think it has to be Morocco.
Come again?
Morocco.
Okay,
when I
Morocco.
went to Morocco, I don't know, the energy wasn't right. The people were very aggressive. I thought Nigerians were aggressive in terms of the way we interact. They were extremely, I'm sorry to say it, but I'm going to say it,
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, I mean, we all learn from these.
As in, I left from Morocco thinking, I'm not coming back here.
Wow.
I felt as a black person, the way I was being treated, it was just from the airline staff, I'm sorry, to the hotel staff, to everybody. It was just not.
Join us.
It was just.
Why are you guys not including me? I thought I was also in South Africa now.
Maya just joined us.
What's going on?
So we're talking about traveling in Ghana, like traveling in Africa in general. So she's currently talking about the problem, like her worst experience in Africa.
Yeah. So I just felt they did not like black people. I'm sorry, but that's how I felt leaving there.
Who, in South Africa?
No, in Morocco. Like, just the energy was in any. It's a beautiful place, but if you don't have the right, if the people are not warm and welcoming, you already lost me.
Okay, Maya. Since you are here, you have shared a lot of your travel moment. Exactly. So, what's like your worst moment in traveling within Africa? Your worst time.
Hey, that's the toughest question, because if I have to talk about worst moment in Africa, I can talk the whole day. But anyway, short one, being arrested and put in the dark room.
Which country?
Uganda.
Uganda.
And at the end of the day, they deported me.
Also, you got deported that time.
I got deported that time, and I also got deported from Zambia.
Why?
I had like 6 hours to buy a ticket, and I couldn't get a ticket. And if I extend, I'm dead. They said you either go to prison or you step out.
Wow.
Yeah, so I had to just find a way. I think I used South African Airways. That was my first time even in South Africa. So I jumped on the plane just to enter South Africa, then from South Africa to Ghana, because there was no flight from Zambia to Ghana directly, and I had only 6 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I was also arrested in Kenya.
That's when you now found the love of
Maya has exactly.
I hope I don't find another love of my life in South Africa then.
So Maya has had a lot of instances with African travel. Now, what do you think? As Africans, we can encourage ourselves to encourage more Africans traveling within Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you should start.
I honestly, I think one of the things that I've always found a little bit of an issue with is the process, because most of the countries want people to visit, especially the ones who are big on tourism and they have beautiful destinations they want others to see. So I think when you have, let's say, content creators, you have people who want to come in and experience what tourism is like, there should be some, not too soft, but at least the process shouldn't be too hard, and not like favoring some people, but when the person is coming in as a tourist and you realize that, oh, the documents are on point, this person is not coming to stay forever, but the person will definitely come back. I think sometimes they should, reduce it a little bit, because sometimes the documentation and the papers you need to get right, it's frustrating.
Okay. Personally, I think ticket is too expensive. Like, I want to go to Europe so bad, I want to stay in Europe so bad, just because I want to fly to the next country for cheap. That is how bad. Like, ticket is too price. You look at the even the tax alone, and you're like, that is somebody's like salary.
So I wanna explain on that.
Yeah.
The flight tickets are not expensive, but the landing tax is extremely expensive.
Yeah.
Because when I interviewed the CEO of Airpeace, he was telling me that flying to Ivory Coast, the amount of money that he has to pay for his plane to touch down.
Remember that.
It's a lot of money that he has to share the price of the taxes on everybody's flight ticket. So which means that it's the cost of our African government.
Okay.
I think most of them don't travel. I don't care. I think wait. They travel, but it's more like they care about themselves more than the people that, because I thought leaders were supposed to serve us, not us serving the leaders. When they are flying, they fly private jet, they don't know what you go through. It's just like being in Africa and your roads are very bad. See, I wish I can stay in the southern African part, because
okay, Tayo, looks like Maya is going to take over if we don't stop him. Tayo, let us know how.
No, I think everything everybody has said is valid, but I think also one of the problems is, we have borders.
Okay.
And those borders that are put in Africa were not created by us.
Okay.
And then it makes it harder for people to travel from one country to the other. Why do I have to why do I have to even get visas to come to South Africa?
Exactly.
I'm African.
Yeah.
Like, if you were living in Europe, or do you have visas? You've traveled. Do you need visas to go from one part of Europe to the other part? Most of Schengen.
So Schengen, obviously, a bunch of states that have come together to say, you know what, borderless travel and things like that. So that's something that Africa should definitely look at doing.
Yeah, and I feel that there's so much advantage there, because business-wise, if more people can travel across Africa, there will be an exchange of ideas, exchange of business. So many things can come from people being able to move around freely. Commerce can increase, education. We can learn from each other, because there's so much there. And Africa is the next
big thing.
Now.
That's where everyone's coming.
Now.
That's where everyone's coming. Right?
So yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Gosh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything. I was just trying to help.
Okay, let's go.
I think I will agree with Tayo.
Yeah.
We don't need visas to travel within African countries. I don't think we should go and apply for visas to travel. You don't think so?
Yeah, I think so.
You should allow young Africans to move from one country to another, and that alone will bring a lot of intermarriages here.
Oh, wow. So whatever is so interested in like intermarriages, because he's dating an East African lady.
I'm dating an East African lady, but I feel like that was the dream of the people who established Africa. In terms of Kwame Nkrumah and Nyerere, they just wanted to see inter-Africa. But
Unity,
now
right?
the people that are there is dead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think on the other hand, it's really, sometimes we just look in one direction and say, let's make borderless travel, let's not trap visas. But as countries, you need to also protect your borders. Like, someone left a comment on my YouTube video today about South Africa. The person said, literally, tell your Nigerians not to come to South Africa anymore, right? Okay. And I was like, tell Nigerians stop coming to South Africa. Like, and I wrote back, and I was like, wait, no. And I said, no. There are many great Nigerians. Like, don't say that. He was like, I understand, but he said, go to this place. Go. As in, he gave me specific places in South Africa to go to see what's going on there. So, from each entity, each country has what's it called? Responsibility to its people. Okay. That's fundamentally right.
But
I understand that.
Borderless does not mean that there shouldn't be borders. But Europe have borders, right? But it can still move from Germany to Spain with your passport. That's what we're talking about, borderless. So it's not about protecting your own. It's about allowing your people to move around. You get me?
Yeah, so because of time, we have a flight to catch. We are going to end this conversation. We need to.
End on a good note.
Okay, so, all right. So, thank you all so much for having. It's on my YouTube channel. Yeah, thank you all. I'm happy. I'm happy to have all these. Hey, just celebrate it. Beautiful personalities, you know. So, we are going to end.
YouTube channel. Yeah.
Hey. Okay, so any final words to anyone watching this video?
Yeah, I think more people should visit Africa. There's a lot to discover. We have like when you travel, there are so many places in Africa that are like when I went to Tanzania. Now I went to Lake Natron. Like it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been.
Wow.
Like in Africa. Like there are flamingos. They're flying. Like I've never seen a flamingo before. That's my first time.
I would love
and we
to.
have that. We have that in Africa. So I feel like more people should come to rediscover Africa with us. Yeah.
Anita, any last words to anyone watching this video?
It's been fun, honestly, meeting you all.
Aww.
Yeah.
Yes,
Especially me.
I think notwithstanding sort of all the challenges that are in Africa, how hard it is to get to places, how expensive it is. This is our continent, right? It's our obligation to sort of just enjoy and also showcase and create our own narrative of what Africa is. Africa is absolutely beautiful and it's waiting for you.
Okay.
I have nothing to say. all I want to say, a big shout out to Jennifer for being
Jennifer brought all of us together, with South Africa. Come. And meet TK, the brain behind everything. Hello, TK. Say hi. Thanks. See, guys, if you meet him anywhere, say a big thank you to him because he brought all of us together. We want to say thank you so much.
No, thank you for accepting our invitation. It's an honor to have you guys here, and I'm sure your followers have enjoyed the beautiful journey you had, right?
Oh, amazing. Like, this has been my best trip ever. I don't know about the rest.
Best trip.
Best trip.
One of the best. But since Jennifer is here.
Am I missing something there?
Yeah. So thank you all so much for watching. Please subscribe to everyone's channel. They are doing amazing, promoting the continent, promoting Africa, promoting everywhere they find themselves. I want to say thank you all so much for watching. I love you all. Mwah.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Diaspora Link. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I am your host. I'm very excited about our interview today. Our guest is Mr. Ike Anderson, straight out of Jamaica, here in Ghana. Let's get into this interview and let's find out what has brought Ike and his family from Jamaica to Ghana. We are here at Diaspora Link, and as we do every episode, before we dive into this interview with our guest, let's see if we can find out a little bit more about our guest before he gets to explaining his interview. Ike.
Yes.
This is really simple.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you some choices.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to choose one and say why.
A.
Simple, right?
Simple.
Very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You ready?
What's the trick?
There's no trick.
All right, let's do it.
There's no trick. I'm just going to give you two choices. You choose one and then say why.
All right, cool.
You ready? Okay. Reggae music versus Afrobeat.
Hey, reggae music.
Why?
It's my culture.
All right. How about this? Ooh. Coming from Jamaica, I gotta do this one. Rice and peas versus jollof rice.
Bro, why would you do that?
I have to. I absolutely have to. Because you're from Jamaica.
Yeah, bro.
And rice and peas is just not a thing. It's a big thing.
But I'm living in Ghana. You want them to kill me, bro?
Don't worry about it. We're not going to post your address. You got to choose one.
Hey, bro, that's like asking to choose your favorite child, and that's not possible.
That's the next question, bro. That's the next question.
Bro, I pass. Next.
No, there's no passing. There's no passing. Woo. Rice and peas or jollof rice?
Jollof with some peas in it.
That's halfway watch it. Okay, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you slide. All right, next one. Football, as they say it in Africa, versus basketball.
Football.
Did you play soccer growing up? Did you play football?
That's all I played, yes.
That's all you played.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that wasn't fair because Jamaica, Europe, Africa, every place in the world they play soccer except in the U.S., really. It's a big sport.
Football.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. All right. Okay, so here we go. Football versus cricket.
Football.
Did you play cricket?
I did, but the ball was too hard and you catch it.
Football was easier.
Yeah.
Okay,
football.
how about this? Now, I'm a foodie, right? Jamaica and Ghana actually have two very similar dishes. Here we go. Rice and peas. Proper rice and peas, right? Not the little green frozen peas, but the proper pigeon peas that comes in rice and peas versus wache.
Come on, man.
Proper coconut milk, rice, pigeon peas, proper rice and peas.
That's a very tough
Which one? You take it too long. You might not even be able to go back to Jamaica.
That's what I'm trying to do. Or I can't live in Ghana.
You can't live in... Choose one.
I say rice and peas because I like the milk in it.
Okay. It's
the coconut milk.
It's the coconut milk.
Yes.
Okay. I said proper, and I even though I can't eat that. All right. Next one. Jamaican dance hall dancing versus Ghanaian Afro beats dancing.
See, they're cousins.
So which is your favorite cousin? Which is your favorite cousin? Because I've seen dance hall. Dance hall has taken a turn from back in from the '90s to now, and now it's a little kind of crazy, and so is Afrobeats has taken a turn. So, and you've seen enough of both to be able to say which one you prefer.
Of course. I love the African rhythm. And I like how it's on beat.
Okay.
But I have to give it to my country.
To Jamaican dance hall.
Yes.
Okay.
It's very passionate. Yeah. Very passionate.
Got you.
Yeah.
Western clothing, wear, fashion versus African fashion.
African fashion for sure.
The African fashion.
Yes, absolutely. It's vibrant colors, all mixed in, different varieties. It's definitely African
fashion.
Yeah.
Okay. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we all have different choices. We all make different choices daily in our lives, sometimes without even thinking about the fact that we're making different choices. But the point is, our choices should not divide us or push us further apart. They should bring us closer together so we can work in unity. Those are our choices. Now, we're going to find out about Mr. Anderson's top 5. You didn't know this was coming. Top 5, I have 5 categories. It's really simple, really simple, like the last game. No hard choices at all, right?
Nothing's been simple or easy yet, but go ahead.
Top 5, I'm going to give you the category, and I want you to give me your favorite. Okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be your favorite. It could just be what you recommend.
Yeah.
Best book you've ever read?
Think and Grow Rich.
Think and Grow Rich. Got you. Why is that your best book?
Man, that book is timeless. That book's been around for about 300 years or so. And it never gets old. Still relevant for today.
Got you. Your favorite food in the whole wide world? We know it's not wache, right?
Curry goat.
Curry goat.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing like some good curry goat.
For sure.
I'll tell you right now. Okay. Favorite sport in the whole wide world?
call it mixed martial arts.
Mixed martial arts. Okay. Your favorite musical artist of all time?
Peter Tosh.
Peter Tosh. Okay. Last but not least, your favorite place to vacation of all time?
Bali, Indonesia.
Bali, Indonesia. Nice. So now that we found out a lot about some of the choices that Ike would make, and we found out his top 5, let's dive into this interview and see what has brought him from Jamaica to Ghana. And welcome back to Diaspora Link. Again, I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri, and I am here with our guest, Mr. Ike Anderson. Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes.
I appreciate you making the trek because I know you've come from a small distance to get here to our studio, so we do appreciate it. So,
my pleasure, brother.
Talk to us a little bit about how you wound up in Ghana.
Ooh. So,
go ahead.
So in 2018,
Okay.
my family and I were on a journey traveling to different countries that made up our DNA. So we did a series of DNA tests, and Ghana, or whereabouts, was one of those countries on our travels. So we came we're supposed to be here for 2 weeks. We ended up being here for a month and a half, and just diving deep into the culture and more into why our DNA brought us here. So that's how we ended up here in the first time.
And you were coming from your hometown of?
Yeah, so I'm from Jamaica originally.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, but we were in London at the time.
Okay.
And so we started from Miami, actually, just mapping to the countries where we would go.
Okay.
And so Ghana was our 6th country during that leg of our travel.
It was the 6 of how many did you wind up doing in the end?
We ended up at 27.
Okay.
Within the 2.5-year travel that we did. And yeah, it was just divine timing and the right time when we showed up.
So whose idea was it? How did you, so did somebody just say, let's travel the world and see, like, where did that come from?
Well, the truth is, I think if you've done all the things that you're supposed to do, society tells you to do, or, you know, you get to a point in life when you really take a self-analysis and you're like, am I really living? Am I really doing the things that I was meant to be doing? I look at my kids. I mean, I have 3 younger kids, and, you know, I look at them, and am I giving them that example of what it means to live in the moment and just being authentic and connected? And a part of that was to see new things and to see other things. And then the question became, if we had all the time, the resources, there's no limitations on this planet, what would we do?
Wow.
And it said travel. Go see the world, and we love travel. We've done quite a bit before.
Right.
But purposeful travel. So I mentioned it to my wife, and she said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm like, oh, no, I was just kidding. I was just joking. And I guess once you say something, sometimes it becomes real.
Right.
So you got to be careful of what you say.
Right.
Or if you say something, make it empowering. So 8 months after that, we packed up and we left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what's your background before then? Because everybody, well, you mentioned if you do everything you're supposed to do,
Yeah.
right? So maybe some people haven't done. But let's talk a little bit about your background that afforded you the ability to be able to say, I'm going to take my family and go see the world. Like, what was your profession? What was your business? What were you into before you started traveling the world?
Yeah, good question. So I guess I'll answer it by saying, okay, yeah. So, no, because it's a loaded question, you know,
Okay.
and just to say I was this or I was that really doesn't, you know, explain the idea behind the whole process. But I've always been fueled by achievement.
Okay.
Or by just thinking differently and doing things differently.
Okay.
So a part of that helped me being an entrepreneur
Okay.
getting new ideas or seeing something being done and seeing how I can optimize it and make it better. So I started a digital marketing agency,
Okay.
Ran that for 13 years, and that's just simply online marketing, web development, lead funnels, all that stuff.
Got you.
And that, thankfully, created the opportunity for me to expand in other things like
Okay.
real estate,
Okay.
hedge funds, and different opportunities like that. So growing up, I was just very deliberate in the work that we were doing and, you know, doing the business that we were doing.
Got you. I mean, that's important, and I'm going to get into a little bit about that later. Why I asked that question, why that's important, because you have people from all over the world who literally could choose to be anywhere that they want to be,
Yeah.
right? Or who have the ability to choose for how they want to live their life.
Absolutely.
But something brought them to Ghana or something brought them to Africa, right? Something pulled you here.
Yeah.
Right? So you said that Ghana was 6 of 27. And of that 27, how many were African countries?
6.
6 were African countries. And which
Yes.
countries were they?
South Africa,
Okay.
Tanzania,
Tanzania.
Egypt.
Egypt.
A lot of people don't even think Egypt is Africa, but
It's crazy how people still think Egypt is not in Africa, right?
it is. It's crazy. Ghana, obviously.
Okay.
Kenya,
Okay.
and I don't know if you would consider Zanzibar or same thing. But
Definitely.
yeah,
Definitely.
so that
It's
was
another
it.
one. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, Ike, is play this game that we have called Africa in 60.
Woo!
It's not something that we've prepared you for because we want you to be on edge and
Oh
we
boy!
want to catch
Why
you
you
in the
doing
spot.
this to me, man?
So, as you all know, we do this every week with our episodes. With Africa in 60, we want to see how many African countries our guests can name in 60 seconds. It's simple. It's not, I'm sure you're going to name all 64, right?
No.
All right, so this is not a pass or a fail. It's just kind of a fun thing that we do here. So has our timer started? Do we got 60 seconds on the clock? Can I get a 3 countdown? 3, 2, 1, go.
South Africa.
Yes.
Botswana.
Yes.
Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Mozambique.
Yes.
Rwanda.
Yes.
Kenya.
Yes.
Uganda.
Yes.
DRC.
Yes.
Ghana.
Yes.
Ivory Coast.
Yes.
Senegal.
Yes.
Sierra Leone.
Yes.
Egypt.
Yes.
Tanzania.
Yes. Right next to Tanzania.
Ooh. Kenya.
Yes.
Congo.
Yes.
Did I say Congo?
You said DRC, no problem.
Cameroon.
Yes.
Nigeria. Oh
Yes.
my God, they would kill me.
10 seconds.
Oh God, bro, don't do this, man.
5 seconds. Okay. Done. Good job. That's a good job. That's a good job.
Don't do that to a perfectionist. I'm like, bro.
So one of the reasons why we do that is there are people, believe it or not, in the world who still believe Africa's a country.
Really?
There are people who are not clear that Africa is a continent.
Yeah.
There are people who are not clear that Egypt is within the continent of Africa, or really how large and massive the continent is.
Yeah.
And because this is Diaspora Link, you know, we focus on Africa and its full diaspora.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
just a little small fun again. So talk to us a little bit about you being in Ghana. You've been to 27 countries. You've already been to 6 other African countries, right? You've been to Europe. So you and your family have traveled around. Something had to have happened for you to come and go. Because I heard you earlier say the first time, right? So you left.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about you coming, leaving, and then deciding to come back. That's what I want to hear about.
Yeah, so when we left 2018, I was just in a state of, lack of a better term, my consciousness was like tearing open.
Okay.
Because of certain experiences here, going to certain places. And you get to understand that depending on where you are in your life, when you stand on certain places, it energetically will affect you.
Say that one more time. Just say it one more time.
Yes. Depending on where you are in your journey, when you stand in certain places, energetically it can affect you.
Okay.
That's what it was for me in Ghana. I was very sensitive to everything that was happening.
Wow.
So it wasn't an enjoyable experience. It wasn't fun. So when I left here, I said...
So, hold on. I got to stop you. It wasn't fun. It
No.
wasn't enjoyable. Is that because of you not being able to manage these energy surges, or was there something else?
So it's a mixture of everything. So it's really understanding the culture. First of all, Ghana is like a big Jamaica.
Okay.
So when I came, it was like your home. Automatically, I also felt that there's a lot of ancestral energy here for me. So I felt like even walking down the street, someone in my lineage somehow walked down that same street.
Right.
I felt when I went to some of the dungeons, not all, but some spoke to me, and it became very clear what was happening there for me. And it was just a little bit more than I wanted to take on at that time.
Okay.
And it was just a little bit more. So sometimes, again, you ask for things, and it starts showing up. You either confront it or you run away from it.
Right.
At that point, I'm like,
It was too much. It's too much.
Yes.
I get it. I get too much.
Yeah. So
So y'all left.
yeah, so we left, and then we went to India afterwards.
Okay.
And you know, I think we landed in an amazing place where everything slowed down, and that was it. India is actually a part of my wife's ancestry, so
Okay.
that's where we went next.
And India is slower than Ghana? You said you slowed down a little bit.
Well, we
I
went
mean-
to South India,
Okay.
which
All
is
right.
much different
Okay.
than. Oh gosh. Yeah.
All right.
So it's totally different.
Okay.
So I was able to slow down and really put things in perspective and get some spiritual alignment while I was there.
Okay.
That compartmentalized everything that was happening and created much clarity for me.
Got you.
Yeah. So, yeah, when I left Ghana, I was saying that was it.
That was it. I'm done.
I'm
I
done
did
with
Ghana. Not coming back.
Not coming back.
I'm okay.
I'm good.
I'm
I was
good.
really good.
Okay.
So a bunch of friends that were coming back for year return, and they're like, dude, you've been there before. You should come back with us. I'm like, nope. Good. And
I've done my time.
I'm good. And I don't know. I felt some form of, I won't say responsibility for them coming back, because I know there's a crack here, and if it's not navigated a certain way, people can fall into it. So I came.
Okay.
And
You came with them to, you wanted to protect them from the cracks.
well, that's what it apparently was.
that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, but it wasn't consciously.
Now-
That's why.
Now, let's stop for a minute. I want to deal with this. I want to deal with the cracks, because there are a lot of people coming to Ghana,
Yes.
right? And being someone who was involved in helping to create the year of return, my mind is always asking myself and wondering, are we doing a good job of preparing people to come here, or what is it that people need to do so that they don't fall into those cracks? Talk a little bit about your experience with some of those cracks, and give some examples, and more importantly, how you resolved it.
Bro, I mean, so you see, that's the thing. And again, everyone's at a different place in their journey. When I travel, I have my wife and my 3 kids. It's 5 of us. Wherever we go, we're doing it together for the most part, right? So the way I look at things is a little bit different around safety, security, standard of living, you know, making sure that they're cared for.
Very
that way.
important when you're traveling with your family.
Absolutely.
Very important.
So coming to Ghana, there's this mindset of we're going home. It's a feeling of we're going home. So when we land here, there's almost this feeling of, we're here. And our brothers and sisters here are like open arms. Akwaba, we love you. We're glad you're here. You're doing your pilgrimage. You're doing your journey. Let's Akwaba.
The big aquaba. The
Yes, but you realize over time, not everyone's with the same integrity.
Right.
And doesn't matter how you look at it, you look at it as a dollar sign. And for a lot of people, and my disclaimer, not everyone,
Right.
but for a lot of people, it's what can they get from the interaction, the engagement. So that was an experience that I had that we had to rectify even for ourselves too.
Well, one of the important things that you did that I appreciate is you didn't indict the whole country.
No.
And you didn't indict all of the people of Ghana. And I'm
No.
always in conversations with people saying that you're going to find some problems.
Absolutely.
And you're going to find people who are not on the right side of history and integrity. But that doesn't mean that everybody in Ghana, everybody in Ghana is like that. So
Absolutely.
You ran into some of those challenges, and then you all left to go to India.
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. We're going to be right back. We're traveling with the Henderson family. We've gone from Jamaica to Ghana to India, and then now when we come back, we're going to talk about how they came back to Ghana. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. Your host, Diallo Sumbri, exclusively on GhanaWeb, in conversation with Mr. Ike Anderson. Ike,
Yes.
Okay, so came to Ghana, left, went to India, came back. What called you back to Ghana?
So I would say Ghana called me.
Okay.
And we were actually, I guess, right during the middle of COVID. We were supposed to actually move to Mexico, which is one of the most, our favorite place on the planet. And it just occurred to me while I was sitting one day in deep meditation that what I'm resisting is actually what I need to be doing. And then I started having these memories when I was a kid. And I remember being 8 years old, and I'm like, why is there lines divided in Africa? Why isn't it one country like the United States? I started having these memories of everywhere that there's black people, I call it melanated people, we should all be together. And we should be able to work together across any borders or any seas. And one of the things I saw as we traveled, most of the countries, melanated population, are all in a depressed state for the most part. Doesn't matter where we went. There's a huge melanated population in Indonesia, in Bali, and some of these places that we went, and like some just really amazing, sweet people. When we went to Australia, we saw the same thing there. And it just got deeper for me of like, this is something that I have to be a part of, is in playing some role in the liberation of my own mind, and then showing others or creating the path, if it aligns for others, for them to see that there's a way. Because it's not just about the money, but there's also another currency that we all have and we all carry, which is that spiritual currency. And really tapping into that. And when we tap into that, everything else opens up.
You know, that's interesting because when the Black Lives Matter movement kind of sprung and happened, and then there was this global support, people who may not have had the knowledge before, at that point realize what you just said, what you've seen with your own eyes, and that's that melanated people, people of color, people of the darker hue around the world in most situations are just not doing as well as other people.
Yeah.
Right? Are not doing as well as other people on the African continent and outside of the African continent.
And then the question becomes why?
That was my next question for you.
Ooh.
Why, in your experience, in your travel, from what you've seen, and not even necessarily why, but just, you know, embracing this experience with your family.
Yes.
Right? And are you sharing this information with your family? Is your family talking about these instances where everywhere you're going, you're seeing melanated people not necessarily in positions of power in the struggle?
Honestly, a lot of things you don't even have to bring up, because these kids nowadays, they're untuned. They see things that I don't even see.
Right.
And we'll have the conversations. But it's important to understand history and understanding how we take that information and bring it today, and what do we do with that and move forward. Because you can't keep living in the past, but you got to acknowledge it, you got to see it, and there's some level of healing that has to be done to releasing some of those things as individuals and then as a collective to move forward. But there's a lot of things that went into all of that.
Okay. So Ghana called you back.
Yeah.
So Ghana called you back. You're here in Ghana. Your family is settled. So exactly what are you doing in Ghana now?
Yeah, so remember, Ghana has a lot of brothers and sisters, as in countries, the lines that we have.
Right.
So Ghana was the place for us to come back. The energy here is very unique in the sense of it's like a really massive golden gateway for us all.
Golden Gateway.
Oh, yeah.
The Gold Coast. Golden
See?
Gateway.
Even that too.
I was wondering if you even realized that what you said, Golden Gateway, having the fact that, number one, Ghana is a former Gold Coast, and Ghana is considered the gateway to Africa. So you just, that Golden Gateway comment was so on point.
That's it. Right. So, you know, I think we can create a process in one place, make sure it works, and then we replicate it everywhere. That's the idea of being in Ghana. We're here for multiple purposes. The main one that really connects to our core is our Exploring Legacy Foundation.
Okay.
Part of the awareness that became very clear for me is that the traumas that we carry, whether individually or collectively, there's a piece of it that's handed down ancestrally. So your mom and dad do certain things because their mom and dad used to do it, and it goes back and goes back and it goes back.
And it lands on you, and you carry that with you.
And there's certain level of healing or rites of passages that we can go through as individuals to release some of those things, to have new awarenesses, to have a much more impactful, purposeful life. We're creating this foundation to basically allow 18 to 25-year-olds, which is a very unique age in the sense that they're still planting a lot of seeds. There's a lot of
physiologically, physically, in a whole bunch of ways, very unique age.
They need to physically touch this land. They need to physically, they don't need, they should.
Okay. And you're specifically talking about melanated people, people of African descent.
If they consider themselves African.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think. I mean, there's coming from Jamaica, and that's one of the benefits of. We don't have tribes or ethnicities there. If you're Jamaican, you're Jamaican.
Right.
So you're gonna see Caucasians there that consider themselves Jamaican, and so brothers and sisters. So if someone
blew my mind the first time I saw a Chinese person open his mouth and speak pure patois from the
yes,
mountains.
bro, yeah,
Blew my mind. I was like, hey, what is this?
Yes. So in essence, we can say it's only for melanated people, but we're bigger than that in the sense.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
you know, so if they classify themselves as African American, African, whatever the case may be,
If people identify with that experience and that,
Absolutely.
and that trauma and that
yes,
and that healing.
yes.
Okay.
So that's the idea. So we're bringing these individuals back for 10 days to go
Okay.
through a rite of passage, to have certain experiences,
Nice.
to stand in certain places, to connect with certain people and
Nice.
things, and to be able to integrate that powerfully and take it back wherever they go. Africa isn't for everyone. I don't think everyone should live here.
Gotcha.
I think it's a big world. We should be able to spread and go wherever we feel comfortable and confident.
I got you. Express yourself.
Yeah,
Express yourself.
Yeah. So
No, I get it. Okay, so and you found that you feel that Ghana is a good place to kind of start that. With
it
this
is. It is the
exploring
place.
legacy.
It is the
Okay.
place. It is the place.
So talk to me a little bit about how this works. People just apply. Once they apply, you approve them, and they get to come. Do they have to pay? Or how exactly?
Yeah. So going into 2022,
Okay.
our projection is to bring back 1,500 young adults.
Okay.
We're gonna break it up into zones and divisions. So
Okay.
America is considered one. Europe is considered the Caribbean.
Okay.
Obviously, the first set, we're still deciding where that's going to come from, but we're being led for them to come from Jamaica first.
Okay.
There's an application process online,
Okay.
and once they go through the application process, I think that ultimately this will be open for every single person who feels like they should go on this journey. But we're asking for more information about why they're looking to come. What is it that they would like to take away so we can integrate that into the process?
Now, what do you think? What do you anticipate the impact after people have taken this journey, right? Because you and your family have gotten something from being here and taking this journey, and it has obviously moved you in a way where you've decided that it's something that you feel like other people should do, right? To the point where you want to help facilitate that for other people. What do you see as the impact once people get some of that healing and they take this journey and they stand in those places where they feel that energy? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the experience will be different for everyone. As it was for me, it's totally different for my wife and my kids. Since then, we've brought back other friends and other people to go through the same process. It's been different for them as well. What's been generally the same and connected is Marcus Garvey always said, if you don't know your roots and where you're coming from, you really don't know you don't even know why you're here. So a sense of self. A self to realize that you're not an individual, you're actually a part of it all. A sense of groundedness, connectedness, and really knowing yourself. And that's what all the mystery schools ever taught about, is know thyself. But if you don't know your ancestral roots, you don't know the path they walked, you can get caught up in other people's plan for you and not your own plan.
I'm gonna stop you. I'm hopefully this don't sound too ignorant, right? A lot of what you're saying, very sincerely, other people sometimes get clowned about being woke, right? Because this whole idea of being woke, but you don't you know, you're from Jamaica, you don't have locks, and you know everybody think if you coming from Jamaica, right, you're going to have dreadlocks. You got on a nice blazer, you don't have on a dashiki or a whole bunch of beads around your neck, around, you know. So how do people receive you, right? Because there is a typical stereotype look for somebody that's speaking the way you are, about energies, about frequencies, right? About ancestrals, about healing trauma. There's a look that the internet and people have created for somebody that talks that way. How are you received when you have these conversations with people? Are people like, they're like, this guy is kind of, or are they feeling it? Are they getting it?
Yeah. So again, when you're doing your work, you don't look for approval, or you don't look for what other people might think or feel. You're just being authentic. People can hear you. They can feel you. They can know if you're authentic or not. A lot of it is show. So show the results. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't believe we were meant to live a life of desperation, of lack of abundance, and a life of just, that's actually, in my guidance, is actually sin. We're meant to be just like abundant. So whatever that looks like for you, it's okay. If it's a dashiki and whatever it is, then that's still fine. But everyone's an individual. Everyone's bringing a different energy. There's a new world that we're living in. There's a new awareness that's happening. So you got to know yourself.
Right. In order, I get it.
Okay.
So how's your family? Are they happy to be on this journey? Is Dad like, come on guys, are you kind of throwing the line and pulling up, or is everybody kind of like, is everybody as gung-ho as you? Because I have my two children are older now, but I remember when they were younger, it wasn't easy to get them to open their mind as much.
Yes. I mean, they've been traveling for a while now.
Okay.
So a big piece of this is schooling, education. So they have an online private school that they go to, individual teachers for whatever subject. So we're not too worried about that part. The social integration piece, they're into tennis here. My son's into different activities. So they're getting a rounded access to different things that they probably wouldn't have gotten back in the US or in Jamaica. Now, I have teenage daughters.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's things in America or Jamaica that they want that they're not getting here necessarily.
Right.
Like, you know, the Chick-fil-A's or whatever else they're doing, you know.
Naturally.
And then there's some friends too that they miss, or family members back home. But they get it. They understand it.
They value the experience. They're enjoying their time in Ghana as well.
They are. And what my wife always reminds me, and we discuss all the time, is we give them a toolbox. And all these experiences is just a tool in the box. Whenever they need it, maybe not now or 10 years from now, but when they need it, they'll be able to draw on whatever they need to get from it when they need to.
And obviously your wife is supportive. She's with you. It's a team. It's not just you, right?
Well, listen.
Hold on. Say the right thing. Whatever the answer is, say the right thing.
Absolutely. Listen. If it was up to me, listen, I couldn't do anything without that lady.
Right. No, I understand.
Natalie, she's actually effective. Yeah.
I get it.
And
I get it.
actually, she's loving Ghana more than everyone else.
Wow.
It's scary.
Okay.
So she's really enjoying herself and enjoying herself. Yeah.
If you could give individuals who are coming to Ghana for whatever reason, because you know I realized that the reason that I thought I was coming here was different after I got here, so I've gone through kind of my own similar journey. What's one piece of advice that you would give people who see Ghana on the news and it's just like, I'm going to go back to Africa. I'm going to go get my akwaba, right? I'm going to go to get one solid piece of advice that you would offer an individual who are thinking, I want to live my life out and I want to live the rest of my years out in Ghana or any African country.
It can't just be one, but I'll mix it.
Okay.
You got to come without any expectations.
Okay.
And you have to be very clear on your purpose and why you're coming. And to tie that all in, it's not an easy place. But when you get familiar with some of the situations, the settings, and stuff like that, it could be okay. And it, depending on why you're coming. I don't know how much clearer I could go.
That's it. I mean, it's I'm just asking for your piece of advice. So I
Yeah.
think the people who needed to receive that will receive that, the people
Yeah.
who are watching. As more diasporans come, as more people from Jamaica, as more people from the UK and from the US come here, what is one piece of advice that you would give local Ghanaians about how we relate or how they relate to us when we come here?
Sure. So, and then just to finish what I was saying earlier.
Okay.
If you're going to come and try it out. Dip your foot in the water. See how it feels.
One foot at a time.
Yes,
right?
before you fully commit. Before you fully commit. That would be what I would say for those looking to come. For fellow brothers and sisters here, they have their own traumas they got to heal. They have their own journey that they went through that is very similar to ours, but different. And a lot of the history and a lot of certain things that they honestly do not know and they don't remember. So they see us here, and again, let me not generalize. It's
some people see us
they
here.
understand that we're here for Banku and Fufu, and we're just going to have fun, and we're going to, you know, but there's a deeper purpose to why a lot of us are here. So we're home. Just give us that space to mourn where we need to mourn, connect where we need to connect, work with us with integrity. Because at the end of the day, when you trace it back, we're all brothers and sisters.
I couldn't have ended it any better than you have. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for tuning in to another episode of Diaspora Link. It's my guest, Mr. Ike Anderson of Exploring Legacy. We encourage you to check out the website, to look them up and check out and see exactly what it is that they're doing. We encourage you to share this with other individuals. And as the brother said, remember, we all have our own personal traumas. Let's make sure that we can heal ourselves, so then that way we can help heal the brother or sister next to us. Ike, appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Yes, I.
Yeah,
Peace out, y'all. Thanks so much for joining us. We want to thank you all so much for joining us again on Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. We want to thank our guest, Ike Anderson from Exploring Legacy, for sharing a part of his journey with us. And we'll end, as we do every episode, with some proverbial wisdom from our ancestors. However far a stream flows, it never forgets its origin. Thank you so much. We'll see you next episode on Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri.
It's another exciting edition of Talkatainment. As usual, I am your host, Elsie. Our guest for today is a diplomat. She loves everything Ghanaian, everything music, everything culture, everything arts. Yes, don't forget, her job here in Ghana is also to promote French culture among citizens. And that is exactly what we're about to find out, as well as more and more and more in the world of entertainment. I'll introduce my guest to you shortly after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick break. Like I said earlier, we have here a diplomat who I usually describe her as someone for the people. She's liberal, she's down to earth. That's how I describe her. So, Her Excellency Anne Sophie is here with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for having us at your beautiful residence.
Thank you. Welcome. Akala.
Oh! And what else do you know in Ghanaian language aside Akaba?
Mania J, Semewo, and GhanaWeb.
Okay, that's a nice try.
That's for having me.
That's Chi.
That's true.
Aside Chi, which other language?
Oh, I'm already struggling with tree. But sometimes I try, because, I've come to realize that you come to Ghana, so people tell you, one of the main languages is tree, so you try and learn tree. And then you go to Jamestown. It's not very far from here, right? And then people speak Ga.
Yeah.
So you go to Ho, or the Volta region.
Yeah.
People speak Ewe. And then you go up in the north, and people speak Hausa.
Yeah, Dagbani,
and you go, really? How can they actually communicate?
So many languages.
So many languages. It's so I'm trying to learn a bit of Tree. But yeah, it would take me probably another 20 years posting to manage to just sort of butcher other Ghanaian languages.
Let's come to music. What were some of the sounds or Ghanaian music you heard even before coming here to Ghana?
Let me be very honest. France has very, very close links to Francophone Africa. Yeah. So the musicians that we know in France usually are from Francophone Africa. So we know this kind of music, which is exotic and some rhythms, reggae and this kind of stuff. But the language is French. So it's easy for us to relate. And Ghanaian music is very diverse. I mean, it's not just high life, it's hip hop, high life, dancehall, reggae. You guys can do absolutely everything. Afrobeat. And it's probably because of historical links. The bridge goes to the UK and the US, but really passes above France. So and when I arrived here, I discovered this music, and I thought it was American. I thought it was American artists because the quality of the music, the quality of arrangement, the quality of the sounds was so professional. When you don't really pay attention to the language that is spoken, I thought it was American. And even when you listen to American rappers, they've got their own language, so eventually you're not even sure it's English. I thought it was American music. So then I got to adapt and meet with some artists, and I was like, well, you are actually Ghanaian. I mean, what you produce, you mean you didn't record in America? It's actually Ghanaian. And I got to I did my homework going through the several amazing artists that you have in Ghana, and I'm just blown away by the quality of what they do. And the UK, US have spotted them immediately. Some, quite a few artists are doing collabs in the UK, US, and then they're shutting down some huge
arenas.
In the arenas. It's just very impressive. So I thought, hey, this quality of music, this professionalism, this creativity, and the youth sometimes of those artists, that tells some things about Ghana. And this somehow is a brand ambassador for Ghana. And I've got to work on that, to put Ghana on the map for France, and also use some French artists to be more known in Ghana, because you don't know many French artists, do you? And sometimes the one you will quote are actually Belgian, which is great. We like to call them French, but they're Belgian, and they sing in French. But so it's reciprocal. You don't know really French music that well. Some of it sometimes, or some songs, or some artists you don't really know, like David Guetta. No, not many people know he's actually completely French. They think so. You see, when you reach a certain level of quality, you are labeled American. You see what I mean? Even if you are completely French or completely Ghanaian. So I think it's important to use that this quality production of music, songs, sounds, the professionalism, to show and say something about Ghana and share, because that is something that speaks to people's hearts. So back to the language you speak fluently, the hearts of people's language. Then music is certainly one language that we can speak to each other.
Exactly. So, like, what artists would you look at if there's an opportunity to kind of like have a collaboration with French artists?
Oh, we've done that already. Oh, we have. We have brought 6 artists. of Ghana to France to do collabs with French artists.
Who are those?
So I think it began with Kwabna Kwabna. Who's done like 3 or 4 songs already.
Oh wow.
Then Gasmila, Fameye, Becca.
Wow.
Stoneboy.
Okay.
So it could have been many others, and actually Aqua Boa just did one with the same French artist as well, no later than yesterday. But those 6 had done that during the summer last year. And so to present what they had done, we had a concert, Paris and Accra in December here, and we'll have a return leg for some of them in Paris in April.
Oh, wow.
So yes, of course.
That's great.
And I hope that they will seize the opportunity when they are in France, and when they went to France to record with Passy and Orti, they also met with other French artists, and they took the opportunity to show what they were doing on French radio, and to catch attention of French artists who will want to do collabs. So more French artists do more collaborations with more Ghanaian artists. But for some bizarre reasons, in the past year, many French artists have gone to France. Ghanaian artists have come to France to visit and make connections. And I know King Promise is going to perform in Paris on the 30th of April. And there's now the Ghana Music Awards that happened in Toulouse. So that is putting Ghanaian artists in France. So I just sort of opened the way a bit, and then they're very professional. They know that the moment you just open the door like this, they will just
take advantage.
Take advantage and make lots of connections. And French artists certainly have interest in Ghanaian artists. I tried to contact Metro Gibbs, who's not really French actually, but he sings in French. We like to think of him as French, but he's Congolese. We contacted him to offer him to do collabs, and he said, but I really want to come and perform in Ghana. And we have this amazing Ghanaian-born artist called Cephas, who was adopted by French parents at the age of 8, who has done his life in France. He's now 20-something, and he is a star in France, sings in French, and he even was a finalist to represent France at the Eurovision Song Contest. So I know that very shortly he will come back to Ghana, back to the roots. He has not been back to Ghana ever since he was adopted. He's from Navrongo. So you see, we're certainly opening like a big channel between France and Ghana in the area of music, because that's a language we both love, understand, and I'm sure there's a lot to be done in that respect. Plus, if our French artists sing in French, that brings a bit of the French language here.
Yeah. So, with that being said, what's the difference, like the main difference between the Ghanaian music industry and the French music industry?
Well, it's very different in terms of sound, of course. We also have rappers, but the rap is different. French rap is different. We don't have so much high life and the rhythms We have much more variety and radio commercial kind of things, but we've also got quite a diverse production. But in terms of industry, if we go beyond the actual production, this is an industry that is very strongly supported by the French government. Not being funded by the government, but there is a legal frame that really helps the French artists to thrive. Every little community, we don't really have villages, but small town, has a community center where people can learn how to sing, practice music. We have music academies everywhere. So if you have just a bit of a hint of a talent, you get a chance to practice and see where it goes. Then you have access to studios to record your first record. Then you have some contests. Then you have many opportunities to try and show what you can do. And then if you really are good and someone notices you, then you can record a record. We are protecting French music in a way that radios and TVs have a compulsory percentage of French productions or Francophone productions to display. So you can display as much music in your program on the radio as much as you want, provided you have 30% of Francophone music. That is to help the French music and the Francophone music to have a platform, but also to ensure that this traditional kind of language singing in French is not getting lost under the huge wave of American music that is of course easier, more international. With
what you have said, I think it means French in terms of advantages, they have got a lot of advantages as compared to the Ghanaian entertainment industry.
Yeah, but it didn't work. It didn't come overnight. You see, they had some artist unions who have advocated for that. Then we also have a very strong royalty institution that collects the money from everyone who displays music and pays the artists. And this is called SSM. It's the equivalent of GAMRO, but it's hugely efficient.
Speaking of GAMRO, what's your view on all that has happened so far? I'm sure you might have heard artists.
Yeah, people are. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
You see, I haven't dug into this thing. I can only observe that if you take someone like Chatawale or all those artists, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, and even those who have one huge hit, like Kelvin Boy with Down Flat, or I know I'm not listing them all, so I will have to apologize.
You've heard Down Flat, oh.
Of course, I'm trying to.
She's modern.
I'm trying to learn the choreography.
We'll do that. Don't worry.
No, we won't. I haven't rehearsed yet. So such a big hit. You see, if you register that song at the SSM and it is displayed in Europe, he will just have to sit there and wait for royalties to fall.
Yeah.
When you see the number of views on YouTube, the number of downloads on all the platforms, streams and everything, all of them should be billionaires.
Yeah.
So I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just wondering, how come are they not billionaires through just royalties, not concerts, not selling, just royalties, considering the magnitude of what they are doing, of the success that they are putting out there. So there surely is something that could be adjusted and bettered and probably strengthened so that they actually can live from their art. And the way the French system works, of course, some singers with only one hit in their entire career still live on the royalties, and their children live on the royalties. So it's true that it's cash machine for people who do real big hits or whose albums are golden records, or true. But even for small artists, if they produce one music, if there are composers for one big artist, every time it is displayed, every time it is replayed, every time it is adapted, there's something back for them. So it enables a lot of people to live, and not only the big arts whose face you have on the billboards, but also all the musicians behind, the composers, the people who do the arrangements, the people who write the lyrics, if they are not the same. So in France, this industry is helping many, many people to live, because you can only be an author and just write lyrics and still live on this.
Yeah, let's take a quick break here. I know this is getting more interesting, but when we come back, we have more for you. You are watching Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. If you just joined us, you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with the very beautiful Her Excellency Annie Sophie.
Yeah, people, aka Akosia.
But who gave you Akosia?
Some, you know, in Ghana, one of the first things people ask you is what day were you born.
Yeah.
So I said Sunday. So people say, okay, so you're Akosia.
Oh, okay.
So if I was Fanti, it would be Essie.
You know all that.
3 years and a half. I've done a bit of my homework. Really.
And when if you're an Elway, what would it be?
I don't know really. Tell me. Is there a name's day as well for the airways?
I think it's the same, but we say Akosia.
Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say Akosia, but the airways say Akosia.
I don't really hear the difference. Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Akosia.
Yeah, so Akosia. So what are your experiences so far? What memorable Ghanaian culture gestures have you received so far during your stay here?
Well, I wanted from the very beginning when I arrived to go to as many places as possible to have a broader vision of Ghana. So I went to the Volta region where there is a village called Fume. Fume, near Vane.
Vane.
You probably know that in this area there's a large family whose name is Ave, which is also my last name. So I was quite curious to go and see and meet these people who have the same name as mine and see if we could have any connections. And we're still digging to try and find if we do, but it was quite interesting because I've always wondered where my name came from, right? Ave means the bird in Spanish, but I'm not sure it comes from there. It means hi, hello, Ave Maria.
Yeah.
And then now I also know that means forest in a way.
Yeah.
So I can have a multi...
Ave
could be a multi origin, I don't know. So when I went to the Volta region, in this village, it was Easter ceremonies. And I had this very, very emotional moment when they played the French national anthem on the middle of the mountains. And that was so emotional. You don't expect that. Can you imagine? You're in a foreign country, in the surroundings that you completely discover, that is completely new to you, and people in your honor play the Ghanaian anthem. That is wow.
You feel a sense of welcoming.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely, it's just undescribable. And that was my very first amazing encounter with Ghanaian culture. So they had a display of dances, traditional dances, and so I thought, wow. And I realized that all the dances meant something. It was actually telling a story.
So moving away from that, I see a touch of Ghana in most of your article of clothing, most of it. How do you select these outfits?
Oh, well, do you know, that tells a lot about the French fashion. People tend to think that the French elegance that we like to display is about French designers. But truth is that the way we French like to dress is a pick and mix of many international designers. So if you go to France, to the Champs-Élysées, to the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré, to those streets where you have many, many shops of luxury fashion, but also if you go to shops that have more medium accessible fashion, the ones I go to be honest.
Are you sure those are the ones you go to?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't afford the
Louis
luxury.
Vuitton.
No, I can't. Absolutely, no. And honestly, I'm just checking. No, I can't.
Oh, but that's where Ghanaian celebrities shop.
Yeah,
most of them.
When they can afford it, why not? I mean, and I'm glad because it's French. So thank God some people that can actually buy from them. But I can't afford it. So, but I love it. I think I once treated myself with a handbag that I had saved money for years before I could actually buy it.
From which store? Which of the stores?
From Louis Vuitton. So I'm very happy I've got one handbag or maybe two out of them. But you see, on a daily basis, you can dress in Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
And so the French elegance and the French way of dressing is about picking and mixing things from different designers and trying to create a look that will suit you, considering your shape and that at my age I can't wear everything. There are stuff that, you know, too short dresses really not anymore. So of course, looking at the Ghanaian fashion, there are things that make me look good and that I feel comfortable in. So this is very French, to picking and mixing, including African parts and African design.
But do you have suppliers for your Ghanaian wear, or you buy them yourself when you go out?
Oh, I go out myself. I like to choose myself, you know. So, you know, I have to try things on. So either I have tailors who come here and they take measurements, or but they are always Ghanaian, or some shops like, of course, the brands like J. Garte or Christy Brown. But I like to go to the shops so I can try things on, because they may look beautiful on a beautiful model, but then when they're on me, it's not so good. So, okay, I go for something else. So, yeah, I love choosing myself.
In terms of fashion, what do you think the French will accept from Ghanaian fashion designers?
Well, first of all, you must take your Ghanaian designers to France to show what you can do. It's not wrapping people in a wax. It's well-cut, well-designed dresses or outfits that the French would love. Every time I had French visitors here, they go back with some Ghanaian designer's outfit because they think it's something you can actually wear in France. It's not exotic. It is the shape of it is something you can actually wear. And you see, especially business women or women who are working, usually it's very tough to find something that is both classical and serious and yet a bit of original.
Yeah.
We don't want to dress like suits and tie, really, like men. So we want to have something that looks serious but still has something
casual.
Yes. Yeah. So what I would immediately wear is a jacket like this, but the interior would be with an African print or African design. So yeah, Segbi, for instance, has put together a collection with the what do you call that? I can't remember. It's from Mali. I forgot what the pattern is. It's a specific pattern, and it's absolutely beautiful. Bogolan, of course. But you know, the shape of the jacket is just very European, very Western. But then in the inside, there's this little pattern or a detail that really makes a difference.
Finally, do you think we are promoting our African made in Ghana goods well enough?
Not enough. I think you're shy. I think you're a bit shy, and I think the first step is to be conscious that what you do, be it in music, in fashion, in arts, in paintings, in photography, it is worth being displayed in Europe. So that's the first step. Say, oh, is what I'm doing that good and good enough to be displayed in Europe? The answer is yes. The second thing is, how do I do it? And I think the only way is to join forces. What you do here, like Taste of Ghana in December, you must transport that in France, in Europe. But you also have to blend with, with other music. So I don't like the idea of like a ghetto where you put all that Ghana displays and then people come and just see like they're going to see what Ghana does. It's important to promote, use brand ambassadors. So have musical collaborations with people and people say, wow, and so they are Ghanaians and you didn't know. Like you didn't know that David Guetta was French. Having designers who will be on the runway of the Paris fashion show. And people say, wow, who's that young designer? Who are those beautiful things? Well, they're Ghanaian. So you see, just in every different areas where you have added value and amazing talents, you should just join forces, go several designers, several musicians, several painters, several photographers, and join forces to bear the cost of that promotion out there. But then I think it is worth it.
Okay, so we are going to, we put some questions here.
Oh dear.
These are fun questions. You're going to pick from it. And then...
And do I have a joker? Do I have a joker where I can say, oh, I don't want to reply to that one? Ghanaian festival. Oh, I think basically December is just one big festival. You've got Afrochella, you've got Rapperholic, you've got the one in the Shai Hills.
Yeah.
You've got there was
Winterland or Wonderland.
Yeah, Wonderland. Wonderland. You've got so many festivals, and I think I would say December.
Yeah.
I think you should call December one big festival, one big party in Ghana. Yeah. I think.
But were you at any of them?
Of course. I came back from France on the 25th.
Yeah.
And I dashed from the airport to be at Rapperholic.
Wow.
So, of course, I couldn't miss that. Then I was in Afrochella. I was in Taste of Ghana. I didn't do Wonderland. I could have done, but it was in Shai Hills.
Yeah.
And I was in Wonderland, yeah. So, no, I missed the BIM concert. But next year I make sure I won't. So next year I will have like a full schedule, and my December will be back-to-back chilling. Yeah, back-to-back all the concerts, and make sure that I can see all my wonderful artists on stage.
Yeah. Last one.
Oh, last one. Okay, so I don't know which was the one I'm missing. Top Ghanaian musicians. You have so many. I mean, this is terrible. You have so many. I mean, you know what? Look at my Boomplay playlist. These are the songs that I repeatedly listen to, and there's already lots of them. I've listed the 6 that have done collabs with France, so Sarkozy, Stoneboy, Kwabna, Famille, Gasmila, Becca. But you have Mona For Real, which is just amazing. Wow. Jackie as well. And as for the youngs, I mean, you have Kenyatta, you have Kwame Eugene, of course, you have Kiddy, you have Kwesi Arthur, you have Calvin Boy, of course, you have, I mean, I'm forgetting some. So, of course, you have King Promise, Mr. Drew, Darko Vibes, I mean, you name it. You have, it's just incredible. You turn here, you turn there, you've got just incredible musicians, and each of them have a hit. So, yeah, I couldn't list. I mean, it's just, and don't ask me to say which one is my favorite. I love them all. I love them all.
I'm very certain you love them all. Before I let you go, you are, in as much as you are very loved by a lot of Ghanaians. Okay, I can also assume that in the same light, you have been receiving harsh comments here and there. How do you take that?
Actually, not.
Well, really?
If they do that behind my back. But I haven't. No, I haven't.
So you haven't heard any West rumor about yourself?
No.
So far?
No, it hasn't come to me. The only thing that sometimes I get is about the Francophone Africa and questions or concerns about how France behaves in Africa. And of course, it's never nice to hear these criticisms because they are usually groundless. But at the end of the day, it gives me the opportunity to set the record straight. Because if people think that, it's because the rumors actually they are circulating about the French and France as a country in Francophone Africa. And I use every opportunity to set the record straight. And people, when they know the truth and they start thinking, does it make sense? Is it just possible? Then sometimes they apologize, sometimes they thank me because they just didn't know. So no, but about myself, no, never.
So the TikTok trend you've been following, I guess. Which of it is your favorite right now? You mentioned Down Flat when we were about stats.
Yeah, of course. I like Obia as well by Akwaboah.
So Obia.
Opia. Sorry,
okay.
Opia.
So
I like the latest that Amerado did with Kwame Eugene as well. Mutua.
Oh, yeah, I can see that you know a lot of these songs.
So
that's
yes.
really impressive.
Yeah,
really impressive.
And I try to keep track of what's coming.
Because I'm sure that some Ghanaians do not know as much as you know in terms of music.
Well, I don't know. I love music, so now that I have, it's just like when you go to one festival, then what's great about Ghanaian artists is that the more famous one are dragging other ones, are doing featuring. So then that's how I actually knew Sarkodie, and then I heard Happy Day, and I saw Kwame Eugene, and then I thought, oh, who's that guy? So I did my research, and I saw that he had done featurings with other people. So, just dragging the whole thing, that's how you get to know more songs. And those you like, you go, oh, wow, this has to go on my playlist. And that's how eventually you know those songs.
Okay, but the Down Flat challenge, I want to teach you.
Oh, no. So you're just warming up there.
Yeah.
But get ready,
Okay, you go like this. My hair is beautiful. My hair, I know. Wait till me.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay, then we'll come. I walk up with myself. I
thought it was like this, and then you go like that.
Oh! Okay.
I set myself down flat. I told you.
Okay.
I tried.
Oh, that's really impressive.
I can see to try and learn.
So here's where we come to an end. Here's where we draw the curtains on this edition of Talkatainment. I hope you had fun on the set with one of my favorites.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We come your way same time. So till then, stay blessed and be safe. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program you can find online. We bring you all the facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss piloting. That's piloting through the air, of course. And there are so many people who fly planes, others fly other things. However, there's one form of piloting which is quite rare in this country. We have a pilot who is going to talk to us about his craft and his work, and you learn more from this. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ismail Okwe, and we are going to have this discussion with a pilot. We all saw Kwehu Easter, and one key feature of the Kwehu Easter is paragliding. However, who paraglides? We normally see white people coming into the country to paraglide with other people or Ghanaians who are interested in paragliding. However, there is one Ghanaian who is a paraglider in this country, and he's the only one from the country.
However, I understand that many people are also trying to get some training. But how did he get there? How did he do it? We have this pilot in our studio, and he's our guest, Mr. Jonathan Quay. Welcome, Mr. Jonathan Quay.
Thank you.
So, do you call yourself a paraglider or a pilot?
It's a pilot, paragliding pilot.
Paragliding pilot.
Yes.
And there are two types of paragliding pilots. There's a solo and then there's a tandem. What's the difference between the two?
A solo is someone who flies on their own. They have a set of glider or equipment that flies only one person. A tandem is a set of equipment that flies with another person. So those are the two differences.
And how long does it take one to become a pilot, a paragliding pilot?
In a year, to become a solo, in a year, like with training, even in a couple of months, you can start.
In months?
Months, yes. You can start flying solo.
Does it come with some risk?
Yeah, risk as in...
accidents?
No, that's why you don't learn online, you don't learn from books. You go to an instructor, they teach you the basics. If you do that, you are very safe. But we find people also thinking it's easier, so they go to YouTube and learn, and that's where the risk comes in.
Have you come across anyone who tries to paraglide here?
Well, I've seen a couple of videos online of people who are trying to do it on their own without instructors. It's a very bad idea. You don't do that. It's a very bad idea. Yeah.
But you are well trained and you've gone through some courses and you've already paraglided with people. You did the tandem paragliding. How did it feel like being the first Ghanaian to paraglide at the Kwewu Easter festivities with other people?
Okay, first of all, to start, for me, paragliding is more or less like a journey. It's like a spiritual journey for me, because I used to be like that hash type, like riding motorbikes everywhere. But when I got into the sport, I was like, oh, there's something better than doing all those other adrenaline sports. So it was more or less like, oh, I'm also glad I could take someone on and let the person feel or have an experience of what I feel when I fly in the air. So it was a humbling experience for me.
So you go after the adrenaline?
The adrenaline is there, but there's also a lot of calmness when you're out there.
You look very calm, so I don't see you being on a motorbike doing all those stunts and all that. You used to do that?
I didn't do stunts. I used to ride bikes a lot.
Okay.
I used to ride bikes. I have like 2 accidents. Then I was like, oh, that's it. I'm done. So let me just look for something else to do. But I think I started. I got involved in paragliding earlier. Okay. Even before the motorbikes. So I knew the feeling.
So there was paragliding before motorbike?
Yes, there was paragliding before motorbikes.
So now let's go back into your life and see, when did it actually start for you?
Before I went to uni, I've traveled through the country. I think I was like 17, 18. I was like traveled through the country everywhere for 3 months, solo, like on my own, without my parents' knowledge. And it was a bit of a challenge. Like, you left your house one morning, like, I'm going over there. Why are you going? There was no phone. There was nobody to check on you. So you go and when you see a phone booth somewhere, you call your auntie and they'll go to your auntie's place and they'll be like, okay, your son called. You said he's in Tamale. Or you called. You said he's in Sunyani. That kind of thing. So I came back. I've done all the adventure things I need to do.
Why were you doing that though?
It was on an expedition. So like
personal expedition?
Yes. Wow. So I was like, there's nothing wild that I have not seen. So then we went to uni, France. It was earlier 2004, 2005, they started making the noise. Okay. I was like, what is there that I haven't seen? So my friend was like, okay, let's go. It's from Kwewu. Let's go have a look at it. Then I got there and I saw the people fly. I remember that day I sat on the takeoff for the whole day. I didn't go.
You're just watching people fly?
Watching people fly, go up and down. The next day I came. So my friend asked me, what is it that I've seen it already? What is it that I still want to go back and start? Like, there's something special about this thing. It's like, okay, he's not doing it because he knows his house people, so he's not interested. I'm like, okay, fine. Then the next year, I went back. I flew again. the next year, I went back. I flew again.
So you paid to fly?
Yeah, I pay. I always pay to fly with that. So I kept going for like 10 years.
Wow, 10 years.
Yes. So, but all along, I've been speaking to the pilots. What's the possibility of learning? Blah, blah, blah. If I have a friend from outside, oh, could you get this book for me on paragliding? Blah, blah, blah. But I found out that there's no way, if I really want to learn, I can just start and learn from it. Because one, there's no school. Equipment are expensive. You need an established place with good weather and or like time-tested place before you can say, oh, if I go and I have like 20 days, I can do enough and come back. So I think in 2015, somewhere around 2015, with the press, we were giving the pilots pressure. So there's a guy called Braveheart. There's a group called Braveheart. They also have, but they don't do paragliding, they do adventure sports. So together, we spoke to the pilots and they brought some used equipment and they decided to train us for a couple of days.
On paragliding?
On paragliding.
How many were you?
We were like, I think like 5 or 6. They asked a lot of people to come, but nobody came. Like,
it was announced openly?
It wasn't announced, but the GTA made it like, oh, if you are interested to fly and if you are from the GTA, come and learn. Like, come and do the basics. It was like a couple of days. It wasn't like the real thing, but like something, an opener, like for us to see our interest. So after the training, it was in 2015. Then I was like, oh, okay. Now that I've held the glider, I have felt it, I've sat in the harness, I've done ground handling. You can't fly with that one. You need like a school to give you the necessary certification that, okay, you've passed the first stage, you can be on your own to fly. So then I have to go look for a school and go and learn. So I traveled outside to learn.
So from 2015, you had your first shot at paragliding.
Yeah, training.
However, you needed more.
Yes, you needed more.
And you went to school.
Yes.
So how did you select the school?
So in selection of schools, you have to look. First thing you have to look at is cost, because the prices are not the same, but mostly the trainings are the same. You know, there are a lot of certifications that we have. We have the USA, like USHPA. It's called USHPA for USA. We have BAPH for UK. There's a general one to like worldwide, APPI for a lot of like other organizations that are not in the US or UK. And there's South African one too as well. So I was looking for cost-effective way to do it. And then I came up with APPI.
Okay.
So in APPI, I also have to look at weather, where would be like favorable. You know, sometimes you go for a school or you go for training, you are working, you book for 10 days. So I want to go for 10 days and go and it snows the whole time. It means you can't train. That means that you can't shit. You have to come back. So I was looking for all these things. So I decided to go to India because their weather and our weather is somehow similar, even though the mountains are there and they are also doing APPI. So
I would like us to talk about the school, the certification and the rest, but let's go back a bit and talk about your preparation towards this stage, the training stage. You said you were in school. What were you studying in school at the time?
I was doing my master's.
You're doing your master's in what
International Finance and Controlling.
So you are more of a finance person?
Yeah.
That's your background?
That's my background. Yes.
Okay. And then after school, were you working before?
Yes, I was working. I started working. Initially, I was teaching in the university. I was TA.
Okay.
And then after TA, I moved on to work for Vision Fund. It's now called Vision Fund. It's like World Vision subsidiary.
Okay.
And that's it. Then later on, I move on to work for another organization called Self Search. Yeah. So it's more or less like career. It teaches about career stuff like that. So all along I was working somewhere, trying to save coins here and there to make it. So it was in Self Search that I decided that the way it is not there, I have to go.
A lot of the things that you say are mostly self-initiatives, like a self-adventure. Now, self-search, you are looking for more. It looks like a DB. I mean, coming from a house that is well to do. Because you wanted to gather money at 17 to travel the whole country
No.
on your own?
No. I don't come from the Dabi family. So let me go back again.
Okay.
I actually grew up in Choco.
Okay.
So somebody who grows up in Choco is not a Dabi. It's no way. So, but later I moved on to stay with my uncle. Then I went to stay in Awoshi. So like at a very young age, I left home.
Yeah.
So like everything, like, oh, I have to make an initiative on my own. So that's how I come. So, but I think when I decide to do something, I focus more on it and make sure I achieve it. Yes.
And what's one of, besides paragliding, what's one adventure that will shock us that you've ever embarked on?
You know the history of Ghana. Before Ghana, there was the Songhai Empire.
Yeah.
And there's a route called I've forgotten the name, but Ghana, Guinea, something, I've forgotten the name. But the route goes through from Mali through to Timbuktu all the way to Bamako. It's a route. It's like, it's not a slave route, but like it's a trade route.
Yeah.
So one day in uni, I read the thing in book. I was like, but this thing doesn't really exist. I was like, okay, let me just go look out for this thing. Then I packed my bags, small money in my pocket with a Visa card. Not plenty money, some small money on the Visa card. The purpose was like, if I go out, the money finishes, the one in my pocket finishes. The Visa card is the last resort. So I did the route to Burkina Faso, went through Niger, then I went to Gao. Gao is where the trade route starts.
All by road?
All by road. That's where the trade route starts. So there's something like pontoon. It's a desert actually, but it's a pontoon or like a boat that travels on the desert all the way to Timbuktu.
Which river?
There's a river. Yes, there's a river there. But luckily and unluckily for me, when I got there, the pontoon goes, it comes once a week. So if it's there like on Tuesday, it will come back next Tuesday. And I can't stay there for such a long time. So then I decided that, okay, then I'll travel on the desert, all the way on the desert to Timbuktu by car. It's not like trotro, it's like pick up, you just hang on the back, and there are like other passengers, and they just go. When the guy gets somewhere, he's tired, he stops and pray, they prepare food. If it's going to take 3 days, you don't control anything, you are just on the bus. So I did that trip on the bus, on the pickup, from Gao all the way to Timbuktu. Then when I got to Timbuktu, I was like, wow, I want an adventure. But this one, I really had one. Like it was a beautiful experience. I met like lots of people and made a lot of friends.
So Timbuktu was your last stop? Timbuktu
wasn't my last stop. My last stop was supposed to be Bobo de la So. So we got to Timbuktu after leaving from Gao. It's normally supposed to take like 2 days, but it took us like 3 days more. We got to Timbuktu. I stayed in Timbuktu for a couple of days, visited like the architecture, before the war, the architecture, everything. Then you could find a lot of people and nice, everything. Then I traveled from Timbuktu by the same pontoon. Then it was coming back, so I met it in Timbuktu and continued to, there's a place called Dijeri. It's the other side of Bali. So I'm supposed to dock there, then I'll pick a bus from there to Bobo de la So. I got there. Then they said, oh, this is the bus going to Bobo de la So. You just get into the bus, it will get ready in like, the next couple of hours. And I stayed on the riverbanks for 4 days.
The bus wasn't?
The bus wasn't getting full.
Wow.
Nobody was coming. I don't have money to do any other means. The only thing is like, hang around. Then in the evening, I go and sleep in the bus. There was no hotel, nothing. In the evening, I go and sleep in the bus. Then the next morning, I wake up, hang around, and come and check the bus. No, the next day, like this. So I did that for 4 days. And after 4 days, luckily the bus got filled up. Then we left. Immediately we got to Bobo de la So. The first ATM I saw, I just docked. I was like, I'm not going again. Just continue. This is enough. But one thing that kept me on the riverbanks, I was happy. I saw so many like Ghanaians. They were not Ghanaians. Okay, they were Ghanaians, but they are like traders. So they sell shoes and things. They take it there. So you be walking there, like you hear someone mention, "Hey, Kwame Braha," like those things are like, okay, at least there are some Ghanaians around. So it kept me going and going.
It means you have a lot of stories to tell.
I have.
You've really gone on a lot of adventures.
Yes, I have.
Wow.
I have.
Well, we'll talk more about paragliding adventures.
Sure.
right after this break. This is the lowdown. We are speaking with Jonathan Quay, Ghana's only tandem pilot. And we'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, and our guest is Mr. Jonathan Ajinkwe, and he's Ghana's only tandem pilot. That's a paragliding pilot. You are giving us so many interesting stories of your adventures, and your adventures led you to get some interest in paragliding after you saw it being done in Kwewu. So now you had the training with the Ghana Tourism Authority. They organized the training, right?
So it was more. So the pilots always come with they come on behalf of GTA.
Okay.
So it was more or less like, okay, people who want to try their hands on.
Yeah.
You see, if you are not a pilot, you never touch a glider.
Okay.
There's no way, like in this country, if you are not associated with a pilot, you can't even touch the glider. So it was more or less like an opening for us to have a feel of how the whole system works. So that was when we did that. Then it opened the window for me to go for the further training.
For the benefit of our audience, what's a glider?
So a glider is a piece of cloth that has been scientifically woven with lines that we harness or seat that we put on, and we take it up into the air.
Okay.
That's what.
So what we see, the whole material and everything
top like this
is a glider.
Yes.
Okay, including where you sit in, the strings that they sit in.
No, you don't sit on the string. The glider is inclusive of the strings.
Okay.
So this is the glider, and there are strings like that. When the strings get attached to the seat.
Okay.
So but the seat is known as the harness. Yes.
Okay, so you told us that you started searching for schools. And how did you find one, and which one did you find?
So I started searching for schools, and I came across one in India. It's a 5-star rated school by APPI.
Okay.
So an APPI too is a Switzerland organization that is into licensing of international pilots.
Okay.
So
paragliding pilots.
Paragliding pilot. No, it's not only paragliding. It's paragliding and hang gliding.
Okay.
Both.
Okay.
So I found them, and I read about the APPI, and I look at the course structure, and I look at everything. So even though my training was in India, my certification came from Switzerland. So that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I found a tempo pilot in India. I was like, wow.
That's the name of the school?
That's the name of the school. So I spoke to them, and they're like, okay, cool, you can come, blah, blah, blah. Then I did all my basics, then I have to go.
So you paid for it yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
I paid a lot of money. I was then driving my flashy Golf. Like, so one morning, I just woke up like, I went to the Indian embassy first to acquire a visa because I have to go to India. So when I got the visa, there's no money to go to India, buy a ticket, pay for course fee, all that, accommodation, all that. So I was coming to work one morning. Right, Charlie, the visa is here, there's no money, what do you do? My salary too can't afford to do. So I was coming one morning, and they think like, Charlie, carry there.
It has to go.
It has to go. I like, Charlie, fresh boy, Golf, Charlie, those times. Then I got to the office, I parked the car, I thought about it, and I printed for sale. My office was then under the traffic light, Sakama Junction.
Okay.
So I just parked the car under the traffic light, like the roadside, and then I put the for sale on it. Within 2 days, someone came to buy it. So when the guy bought it, that same day, I bought the ticket. I changed some money, like dollars, put what I have to put on the ATM. I told my boss that this is the issue, but I need some time off to go and do this. So no, normally Ghanaian bosses would be like, oh, you can't leave your job. No, I was like, no, if this is what you want to do and you really like it, shall just go for it.
Wow.
She just gave me the permission. She was even thinking maybe when I go, I won't come back. Like, no, I'm not. I need to come back. So I paid everything, went to India, did the training in like 3 to 4 weeks.
4 weeks?
Yes. Then I came back. Like traveling up and down, everything was like, no, like 3 weeks. And I came back. The reason why I was able to do it in such a fast time was like good weather.
Okay.
So normally some places you go, you fly once a day. But I remember even one day we flew 8 times. So like you go up and down, like so you have the opportunity of learning more and doing more activities and all that. So in no time I was done and I came back.
So what was involved in the training?
So initially it's physical because you see the glider works in such a way that you see how big it is, you think you need like a lot of muscle, no. So, but when you are new and they give you the glider, hey, you want to use all your energy, no. So you do all those physical things and you get to a realization, no, that's not how it works. There's more technical side of it to it than just being physical. So, but another physical aspect is that it's a small hill. So whenever you land, you have to put everything together and hike up and take off again and hike up. So in a day, if you are doing that for like 8 times, you could imagine how physical.
So that's all you do. You do just go
just
up and
fly.
down, just fly.
No, they have like theory classes and they have like practical classes and they have like assessments as well, and like also verbal exams that you have to do. So you do a couple of things. The instructor comes, check in with you, make sure you've understood everything. There are simulations that you have to do. Like there's a place that they've prepared like a seat, but in the school. So they teach you what you need to do. They are saying, oh, turn right, how you turn right. Like all those things they teach you. Because what happens is when you are in there, the instructor is not going to be there. I've seen instances they tell somebody, turn right, then the person is turning left. Then they say, your other left. Then before you come back to your senses that, no, this is the left. So the other left is here. Then they come back. So because people get frightened, first time being in the air. You see, paragliding is the only sport that they ask you to, before you want to learn, they will ask you, have you tried it before? If you tried it and it's for you, no. You get it. Because people get frightened like in the air. But once they get over that fear, everything is just keeps going like that.
And do you have any people like you from Africa in the class?
No. There was no African in my class. No. There was no. It was Indians, Europeans.
Was it a huge class?
So I've been going going up and down. Every time you go, there's a session of people in the class. So maybe you can range from 10 to like 20, depending on the season and people who are coming. So in all those periods, I've never seen African in my class.
Okay. So after the training, and I'm sure they taught you how to read the weather and all of that. Do you use equipment to do that?
Yes. So there's a whole course on weather that you study, and it goes simulations. You also have to be seeking the meteo department here. You also need most of them do their information to also read the weather. There's a whole lot of weather that you do that sometimes you even ask yourself, are you like a weather person? You really go deep into weather because your life is actually dependent on the weather. The speed of the wind is important. What type of clouds is happening at that particular point, you need to know. You also need to know the atmospheric pressure of the place you are flying at any particular point in time. So it's more, you need to. It's a must. It's not like, oh, you look. In the basics, when you start out fresh, you don't know because you just look at it, oh, it's good, when it's coming, but no. When you start getting further, you read all those things and you understand properly. You appreciate it.
So when you were done, was there a graduation ceremony?
Oh, not really. So normally what happens is I go done with the training, I come back, we come and do Easter, fly my own, continue like this. So it's a learning process. You always keep learning. There's always something new coming up. So
when you returned home, what was the first thing you did?
So
did you go back for a job?
No, so when I came back, my boss gave me the permission after the first time I went.
Yes.
So when I came back, she was happy, we were okay. Then I told her, then I think Easter was coming along. So then what happened was I spent all the money from the sale of the car and everything in the travel. So when I came, I got to the airport. I packed my bag, everything. I got down. I saw a taxi driver. Me. I'm going home. I'm going with Trotro.
No money.
No money. So I came back. Then it was getting to Easter. But I've done the training. You know, the school, what they have is they have like various gliders. They are huge gliders, like with weight ranges, design, brands, everything. You need to try at least a couple of them before you know, okay, this type of glider is good for me or this one. So I've done everything, but when you are coming, the glider is not for you. You leave it for them. So I came home, no glider. Then Easter was coming. But like the pilots that we trained together, I've been with them for like a couple of, like, for a lot, like over 10 years. So they know me, they know me. So I told one of them that I need a slightly used glider, but I'll pay when they pay me my next salary. It's like seriously, you need a glider for what? I was like, oh, I've finished the training, blah, blah, blah. And there's a logbook. So it's like, okay, no problem. Where did you train? Which school? It's a small community. Whatever I do here, people in other places will know.
Yeah.
Like pilots know pilots everywhere in the world. So we spoke to one or two people, lo and behold, boom. There was a pilot who was coming, who knew the pilot I trained with.
Okay.
And they talked, they spoke, like how was he, like, you know, these people, they give genuine, no hello things. So we did that, and I told them I need a glider. Then when they were coming, they brought a glider for me. Then that was my first glider I had. It was an Oxzone.
Which year was that?
That was like 2016.
So that's the first year you flew alone?
Yes, in 2016 on my solo glider Oxzone. So we just go and take off. Everybody was nice, like everybody was happy, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden, hey, this guy is from nowhere, set up the glider and just took off like that.
And everybody was watching?
Everybody was.
You get
they haven't seen Ghanaian asking. So there was like, it was a big news, like, but for me it's no news because I've been working towards it, so I know it'll come to this point.
Was the glider for free or
no,
they
sold
sold
for
it
free.
to you?
I think then I paid somewhere close to like $500.
Okay.
Yes.
So did you do any tandem flying
no
that
tandem.
that
It was
year?
solo.
It
was always solo.
Okay.
Yes. So I flew solo 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019.
And at the time, you're the only Ghanaian who was flying solo even at the time.
Yes. Then I think somewhere along, one Ghanaian also came along. It's called Michael. He's from Switzerland. He stays in Switzerland actually. So when he also heard about it, he has then started his training. So he also came along. Then he also came to join. But now I'm glad we have like 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 Ghanaians.
No, 3 more. So
okay.
Yes, 1 from US, 1 is here, then Michael. So plus me. So we are 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 4 Ghanaians flying,
Ghanaians.
but are they all flying tandem?
3 are flying solo.
Solo, and then you are the only one flying tandem.
Yes.
Okay. So when you when you flew solo from 2016, when was the first time you flew tandem?
It was in late 2019, but it wasn't here.
Okay, it wasn't here.
No.
Did you have to go through training before you could fly tandem as well?
So all these years, from 2015, that I was telling you, I've been going to India and coming like this.
Okay.
So I work, make small coins. Oh, okay. Then I just drop in, go for training, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, come.
So you keep going for training, and they are all paid. You have to pay for the training.
Yes, personally.
So are they trainings to improve, or they are just trainings to fly?
No. So there are steps. So it's like, you go from class 1, then go to class 2. So, like your basic training, you can fly on your own, but you can't do certain maneuvers. Okay. When you go higher, you can do certain maneuvers. And when you get a little bit higher, you can do advanced maneuvers. So you keep going and be doing these trainings and be writing exams and like stepping your game up, like gradually. You don't need to rush, because if you rush, everything will just jumble up. So every year I try and go at least 1 or twice like this.
Did you need any clearance from the Ghana, Civil Aviation Authority, or even the Ghana Tourism Authority before you flew?
No, the sites we fly in Kuru, Civil Aviation has already declared the place, so it's like a flight-free zone, kind of up to 8,000 feet. So it's on their record. So when planes are passing, they know that, okay, this height, they don't need to come below. So like it's always safe. And also the GTAs, the sites we fly on in Kuru for GTA, you have more or less like, you have a paragliding site. And normally what happens in the world is like worldwide is like, it's open up for everybody to come and fly with your experience. So I go there, the caretaker is there. I was like, oh, dude, I'm here. I want to do a couple of flights. The issue is that if you know you are not fine or the weather is not good for you, you don't have to go cause problem for anybody. So you don't fly when you know conditions are not fine. Those are the things. So every time I go there, and it's been going back and forth. I've known the guy for a very long time, so it's like more like we are friends now. So I just go, lay my glider, and I just.
So when exactly do you fly? Only Easter or the other times that you fly?
No, I don't fly only in Easter. So the issue is that sometimes people think we fly only. No, there are a couple of other places we fly apart from Kogo, but those sites are not like developed sites. So we go there, do like a couple of flights. If we want to change the weather, so like it's only in June, July, when it's raining season that we don't fly. But even in raining season, sometimes you can find some chances to fly.
Can you share some of the sites with us? Not that we want to fly, but because nobody can fly tandem like you do. But I mean, can you share some areas?
So there's one close to Osudoku. There's one in Osudoku actually.
Around the Shire Hills area?
No, not the Shire Hills. Osudoku. Osudoku, when you take the branch from, when you're on the Akosomo stretch, before you get to Somania, there's a branch that goes to, what's the name of it? Estuary. So on that stretch, there's one there. Nice site, but bad road. So you have to hike up. That's the challenge. Then there's one we also discovered recently at Somania.
Okay.
You see, on the roadside, there's one. So we discovered a place there. We've flown a couple of times there too. So that one is another one. Then we've discovered another one too in Kufuridia, but it's not for us. So maybe in future, when we have a lot of pilots, they can also venture into those places.
So in 2019, you flew tandem the first time.
Yes.
And with other, how many times did you go that day? Or that period?
So then I was on training in India.
Okay.
So I had then gone for my SIV training, advanced SIV training. So you do all, that's where you see adrenaline by itself. Like you do all the real stuff, like anything that it can eventually happen in the air, you stimulate it on that kind of training, but you do it over water. So in case you lose out.
Over water?
Yes. In case you lose out, you just fall into the water. Then there's a boat that will come and carry you. So after I've done that training and everything, then I went to the world's second highest paragliding site. Okay, it's India's first highest paragliding site. It's known as Bear Billing. It's called Bear Billing. It's in the Himalayas. Okay. So the takeoff around that place is around like 2,500 meters. So what happens is you take off, you just turn around and you're in the clouds. Like, whoa. It's an amazing place.
So you go through the clouds?
It's an amazing place. You just get into that. So I did another couple of trainings there as well. But after my SIV, I did another training. So I was done with the training. I was like, there's nothing to do. I have more time. What do I do? So I was there. I was like, one of the instructors there is very popular in that side. I was like, we meet people. I went to his restaurant. We were talking. Like, he hasn't seen my type. Yeah. So like, from where? Like, we spoke Ghana, blah 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 blah. So then I was like, what am I doing here? It's like, I just finished my cross-country training, and I'm just chilling out, relaxing. All my friends were gone because most people, what happens, people work, so they were all gone. I was left with me alone. But every morning, I go to take off. I do a couple of flights every morning. So I was just there. So you wake up in the morning, you go and fly. You come and have lunch, hang around in the evening, look for beer, like this. Like, so one day I was like, oh, come to my place. Like, we're having a chat. And I was like, oh, then you need to go to your next stage because apparently he was watching me from far. Oh. I was like, then you need to go to the next stage. So there was a big tandem business. The guy who handles a big tandem business there, he was like, okay, talk to this guy. So I talked to the guy. I was like, but we all, so for some reason, everybody was watching me. I didn't know. So the guy was like, okay. Then we started a tandem training. We did a couple of flights. No, initial ground running, a couple of days. I was like, okay, let's go up. Then we did the first flight. So the feeling from solo, transferring from solo to tandem is also different. Wow. Now you are with a passenger who doesn't, you assume he doesn't know anything. So you have to explain the whole process and you have to calm the person down. And that really was like really something else. Yes.
And how long did it take you to do that training?
So it was, I think like 10 days.
Okay.
Yes, 10 days to do the initial training.
And after that was it?
That was it.
Were you given anything to show that?
So when you do the training, what happens is like, you do training practicals exams before your certification becomes complete. So during the training, I came to do practicals and I wrote the exams. So like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you wrote the exams and you passed?
Yes, the exams online, yeah.
And when was the first time you flew tandem in Ghana?
I think it was 2020. So then I also came back after that training. Then I didn't have a tandem glider, so I have to look for one. So when I bought one, my friend, he's also flying, he's a pilot now. I told him that I'll need to use him as, how do I say it? Like someone to test.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, no problem. He's adventurous. So it was like, then we took off. It was in the afternoon in Kwewu. He posted a video online.
But then wasn't Easter season?
No, it wasn't Easter. It was like a normal day.
Yeah.
I took him. Then, you know what happened? After I flew with him, that same year, he also went to South Africa to learn. So he understood that I can teach him, but he has to go to school.
Yeah.
So he also went to South Africa to learn. So now, he's also a pilot. No, he's a solo pilot.
Solo pilot.
Yes.
Okay.
So
that's when you learned the first time.
No, he has also been coming to Kwewu like every time. But you know, in Kwewu, we fly maximum 10-15 minutes. But if you are flying with your friend and it's a good day, you can go 30 minutes, 1 hour. So like, you see, you could float more. There's no pressure on you. That kind of thing. So after those feelings and everything, I was like, no, I need to go. It's like, yeah, just go. And just took the opportunity to go to South Africa to learn.
Yeah. Well, that's quite interesting. And we'll be talking about how you make money from flying right after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Mr. Jonathan Ajenkwe, and he is the only tandem pilot in Ghana here. So if you see people flying in Kwewu with other people, that's what he does, and he invested money into doing that. So he took us through all the adventures and everything. You go for flying in India and other places yourself just to have the adventure. However, the question is, do you get paid for flying? Is there any way you could make money, or do you make money during Easter? Do you make money from the GTA when you fly people?
No.
You are not paid?
We are not paid for flying. Kwewu is more or less like something to push the agenda of paraglide or adventure sports in Ghana.
Okay.
So more or less like let people be aware that we are flying. So ever since I've been flying Kwewu since 2016, I have not received any salary.
What about those who are flown into the country, the pilots that we see, all the white people and all the foreigners? Are they paid, or they are also doing it for free?
So they are also not paid. They are doing it for they like the experience of coming and sharing the experience with people here. So that's a major thing. That's the reason why they come, because it's also a holiday for them, kind of. Yes, because there's no scheme or anything that puts a salary that they are paying pilots here and there. No.
But let's go beyond Kwewu and look at other countries. Is there a way people get money out of paragliding?
Yeah, so the first thing as a pilot that people, especially paragliding pilots, is not about the money.
Okay.
Because you can go weeks, months without pay or salary or income. If you focus too much on the monetary aspect of the sport, you never do it. Like I would have stopped long time. Because I can't remember, I go and do consultancy job, I'll make a lot of money. Then I come and invest everything, then I come back to zero. You understand? So if I was thinking, okay, tomorrow I need to start making money, then uncertainty will set in. I'll make mistakes, and you need to have a clear mind. Like you need to be at ease, like when you are doing the sports. Money comes as a result of, like, let's say, over time you doing the sports and people knowing you, because that's what is happening in other countries. When they know you and everybody knows you, oh, you're a pilot, blah blah blah, then maybe occasionally every weekend you are flying people, you make something, but it's not like you are going to make like $1 million or something. No.
Is it the same as flying the hot air balloon though?
No.
Okay.
So there are two different adventures. It's same way aviation, but have you seen someone fly? It's this thing, I don't know how to say it. It's not a hot air balloon, but it pulls you over water. I'm forgetting the name. But one thing about paragliding is that you can go wherever you want to go. Hot air balloon, you can't. You can't go wherever you want to go. You go up, then it flies you to a particular direction, then you go and land. But there are records of people doing paragliding or flying cross-country distance for over 500K. So you could understand, like, and there's a lot of adventure, like, whilst in the air. So two different sports.
I'm asking because I see a lot of hot air balloons carrying advertisements and all of that, and I know that's a way of making money, but I don't know about paragliders. Do you also carry advertisements for people, and do people sponsor for you to fly?
Yes. So let's say you can say like GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb say, okay, I want to invest in your business, so I'll buy you a glider.
Okay.
So in buying the glider, you put the name GhanaWeb. So wherever I fly, GhanaWeb will pop up. So we have like pilots like that.
Okay.
But I think most people who make money out of paragliding are competition pilots and acrobatic pilots. Then also whilst teaching, that's the only way you can make money.
So there's competitive paragliding?
Yes, there is. It's huge.
Oh.
It's really huge in Europe. They have something they call the XC cross country race. It's really huge.
What do they use to measure winning? I mean, do you need to get there first? Or
No.
faster?
So you either fly or walk. Those are the two things. And you are traveling from some part of France to Monaco. So you fly through the mountains. Then when you lose out, you walk, you climb up a hill. So from France to Monaco, it's all mountains here and there. It passes through it passed through like 7 countries. So you fly through all these countries. They give you points. Let's say today you fly from here to Spintes. Then tomorrow you fly from Spintes to like Labadi, something like this. So you keep going, but in countries. It's a very big competition.
Okay.
But here we don't have that thing yet. But luckily too, we have the landscape for it, but because we don't have a lot of people coming in.
And also a lot of people can't come in because it's expensive. Looking at all that you've gone through, that's a lot of money.
It is expensive, but if you look at aviation, it's the cheapest sport.
Okay.
Yes, like because imagine airplane, and just imagine buying hot air balloon. It's much more expensive than that. But
so
like,
the glider is cheaper than buying a small helicopter?
No, helicopter is expensive. Yes, the glider is cheaper. Yes.
How much is it? Around how much for the solo glider?
The solo glider, the whole equipment is in the range of 4K.
4,000 cedis? Dollars?
Yes.
And what about the tandem equipment?
Oh, like we are crossing 8K.
$8,000?
Yes.
Wow, that's a lot,
It's
of,
a lot
money.
of money.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
So,
how much did the Ghana Tourism Authority invest in you to go for training and also buy your gliders?
they did not buy my glider.
Okay.
They did not invest in my training. The only thing that I could say is that I use their site.
Okay. Which is the Kwewu site?
Which is the Kwewu site. Which also, if I don't fly, it will be there for the whole year. Nobody flies.
Okay.
So for training, if they have not invested in my training.
So you invested in everything that you
it's self-funded.
Yeah, self-funded.
Self-funded. Yes.
Wow. That's quite a lot of passion to be able to do this, and then you are not making any money out of it yet, even though your target is not to make money, but to follow a passion.
Yes.
That's a lot of work. Wow. So what's the future for you in paragliding?
So I think my biggest goal or my dream is to, you see, I've seen, from where I came from, I told you, from motorbike, I've seen a lot of people have motorbike accidents. And there's a statement I heard somewhere, and it's true. like paragliders are much safer than crossing the road in Mumbai. So why I use Mumbai? Mumbai is like a hub, lot of traffic, everything. Car knocks people every day. But in paragliding, you don't get accidents like that. But there's a perception that it's not safe. It's not true. The thing is, you need to know what you are doing. You need to be trained on how to know what you are doing. Coming back to this country, I feel because we have a huge landscape for flying. If over the next couple of years we could have a lot more Ghanaians come learn solo and get to tandem status, it will be very good for the country. Ghanaians, like across the region, they can fly at any point in time. You can say, oh, Monday I want to go and fly in Volta region. Oh, Tuesday I want to fly in Kwewu. That kind of thing. It's also going to help boost the sports and bring up like more thinking pilots. Wow. That kind of thing. That's my dream to see more pilots. I want to see like one weekend you can say we are going for competition, then we all go like 50 pilots. We just go all over Kwewu, flying everywhere. Like I'll be happy to see that.
So that means you would want to be involved in training as well.
Yes.
And that would also cost a lot because you need gliders.
Yes.
Which are very expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Very expensive. But I believe everything in life, if you focus on it, even though there's no money, you still have the hope, the dream that things would work out. So we are hopeful that we'll get to that point. Yes.
Okay. So right now, which advice do you think the authorities here should take to be able to change the face of paragliding in the country?
So most people, what I'll say is like, they think paragliding only happens in Easter, and apart from Easter, there's no paragliding. It's false. We are in a climate where, apart from rainy seasons, we have 365. We have almost like 300. Rainy season is June, July, so we have like almost 300 days of good sunshine. That means we can fly. All you need is the land and clouds. Those are the main things. So I think people should come out. Authorities should open up the ground for people to learn. It's difficult, but I think we start from somewhere. If we have a training center or we get into like training and things like that, it's going to help the sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan Adjing Quaye, for speaking with us, and we're happy you are here. And this has been the Lowdown, a very interesting edition. We're speaking with Ghana's only paragliding tandem pilot, and here's Mr. Jonathan Adjing Quaye. You can watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and on all of GhanaWeb's digital platforms. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served. and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the wills of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we shall skip item 2, item 3, and move to item number 4 on today's order paper. Item number 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will begin with correction of votes and proceedings. We start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page number 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page number 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Honorable, are you on your feet? Page number 14. Yes, Honorable Member for Patterson.
Honorable Speaker, page number 14, item 14, second sentence. The chairman of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism presented a report of the committee on the bill. I was wondering if we could include the name of the chairperson of the committee. Thank you.
Table, have you taken notice of that? Honourable Member, may you repeat your issue?
I'm saying that if it's possible for us to include the name of the chairman of the committee, because the name is excluded, But if you look at the others, the names of the chairpersons or ranking members are included. That is my concern.
Very well. Table, please take note. We turn to page number 15. Page 16. And finally, page 17. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of 16 June 2022 are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable members, you don't have any official report, so we turn to item number 5. Item number 5, business statement for the ensuing 5th week. Item number 5, business statement of the ensuing 5th week. May I respectfully invite the leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, the 16th of June 2022, and arranged the business of the House for the 5th week ending Friday, the 24th of June 2022. The Speaker, the committee accordingly submits its reports as follows. The Speaker, you may read any available communication to the House. The Business Committee has scheduled the following ministers to respond to questions asked of them during the week. The Speaker, the Minister responsible for Transport, who has 9 questions, the Minister responsible for Sanitation and Water Resources, 11 questions, the Minister responsible for Finance, 16 questions, the Minister for Communications, 8 questions, the Minister of State, at the Office of the President, 4 questions, the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, 5, the Minister for Roads and Highways, 8 questions. Mr. Speaker, it does appear that we may have to add a couple of questions to the Minister for Roads and Highways on Friday, especially the constituency-specific questions. Given the fact that, Mr. Speaker, we have 1 hour for the ministers to respond to questions. So if a minister has to come and answer 4 questions, as we have been trying to do these days, programming the ministers for a day each, if he has to respond to 4 questions, he has 1 hour to respond to questions. If he has to respond to 10 questions, he has 1 hour to respond to questions. So for the constituency-specific questions, I think it will make a lot of sense if the minister has to answer many of such questions. Mr. Speaker, in all, 7 ministers are expected to attend upon the House to respond to 61 questions, plus what I've just suggested during the week. The questions are of the following types. There are 6 urgent questions and 55 oral questions. Mr. Speaker, you may admit statements being made in the House by honourable members in accordance with Order Number 72. Papers may be laid during the week, and reports from committees may also be presented to the House. And, Speaker, I want to plead with members that, given the circumstances of the times, when it is envisaged that Parliament may adjourn Sine Die on July, is it the 27th or so? I think July 27th. We may have to do business as expeditiously as is possible. Mr. Speaker, Motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee once again urges committees with reference to expedite work on same for the consideration of the House. Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the week's business statement, the Honourable Minister responsible for Finance was scheduled to attend upon the House yesterday, Thursday, the 16th of June 2022, to brief Parliament on the expenditure incurred by government since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in the country in 2022. The Speaker, the Minister was also programmed to respond to questions yesterday. Unfortunately, because of what information that we gave to the House yesterday, he couldn't be here with us. So we programmed him to be with us on Wednesday. On Wednesday, he's going to answer to those questions and also to brief the House on government's COVID-19 expenditure. Speaker, thereafter, I think there are a few matters that we may have to perhaps have a joint caucus meeting for the Minister to respond to them for us. That is after the questions have been answered, after the briefing, and it may become necessary for us to engage the Minister in a joint caucus meeting. Speaker, leadership is still in consultation with the Minister responsible for national security to brief Parliament at a closed sitting on matters pertaining to the security of the state, particularly having regard to recent spate of terrorist attack within the West African sub-region. The day the briefing is to be made will be communicated to honourable members during the course of the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important to inform the leadership of the committees on defence and interior, of communications, I think of transport, that the meeting that we held relating to this same matter, we are programming to hold the continuation of it, the sequel to that meeting, most probably in the ensuing weekend. So just for them to take them on board, take the information on board, so that in planning their weekend activities, they will factor this into their own program. It's likely that that meeting may commence Friday evening at the usual location and possibly to end on Sunday. I think what I forgot was the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. The Committee for Foreign Affairs is also part of it. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160 sub 2 and subject to Standing Order 53, the committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be transacted during the week. Mr. Speaker, the issues have been listed for the dates: Tuesday, the 21st of June 2022, Wednesday, 22nd of June 2022, Thursday, the 23rd of June 2022, and Friday, the 24th of June 2022. Speaker, I don't intend to go through the schedules laboriously. Members have the copies before them, and I believe they are interrogating same. So I would want to plead with the House Department to consider this as having been read and captured same in the Hansard. The Speaker, I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honourable Leader. Yes, Honourable Members, the business statement for the ensuing year has been presented to us. So if there are any issues members would like to raise. Yes, I'll start from the back bench. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I filed a question under Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, which was admitted and advertised in last week's business statement, but it did not, and scheduled for today, which is 11th of June, but did not find space in today's order paper and the business statement.
Leader, did you hear the question? Yes, Honorable Member for South Northton.
I'm most grateful, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I commend the Majority Leader and Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs for the presentation. Mr. Speaker, I have a few issues to raise. The first one, Mr. Speaker, relates to the media review. Is the Honorable Majority Leader able to give us an indication, at least some indication that we can work with? Because July is almost upon us, and if we know, we can start putting ourselves in readiness for that presentation. So if the Honorable Majority Leader can give us an indication in that regard. Then, Mr. Speaker, the second issue relates to urgent questions that we have filed, the Honorable Kwame Agoja and I, 3 urgent questions to the Honorable Minister for Finance. We filed the questions on the 3rd of June, and I checked the question book at the table office earlier today, and I noticed that it's been duly forwarded to the Right Honorable Speaker, and so the question has gone through the appropriate processes. I would have thought that with the Minister for Finance coming to the House on Wednesday next week, after his inability to be present yesterday, we will have added these National Cathedral questions, because it's a very, very important matter of enormous national interest, and it also relates to Article 178 of our Constitution, whether the Finance Minister can be spending without parliamentary approval. I want you to know the nature of the question. I see the Majority Leader doesn't want me to go into the nature of the question. It will give you further elucidation on the importance of the question, you know. So I do not think it's too late if the Majority Leader can consider ensuring that these questions are added to what the Finance Minister will be responding to on Wednesday next week. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, the National Security Minister's briefing, it's quite unfortunate that we don't have a specific day for when the briefing will occur. But out of this House, we see a lot of activity that the national security apparatus is engaged in. And they are engaging other community leaders, the clergy, you know, chiefs, and others. Members of Parliament are crucial in our constituencies. And it is really imperative that we are also engaged. So I would like to appeal to the Majority Leader to do some work in expediting action so we can receive an early briefing, since the National Security Minister says that there's an imminent threat, so that we will also be kept in the picture accordingly. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there are a few matters that the Right Honourable Speaker had given timelines, a number of issues like the the police excessive force in the Biposu SHS in the Ashanti region. There was in Kranza as well, and he gave specific timelines, but we have not received updates on those referrals. So if the majority leader has any update, because some of them are due, the ensuing week will be the timeline provided by Mr. Speaker, so that we can keep track on these matters. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me come to Bosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to raise a number of issues. The first has to do with the spelling of some of my communities, captured on page 7, under star 264, page 7, question star 264, Roman numeral II is Bachongsa, not Bachanga. It should be BACHONGSA. Roman numeral III should be Yipala, not Tipala. Yipala is spelled YEPALA. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that worries me greatly has to do with a private member's motion that I filed with my ranking member to do with some 68 million Ghana cedis expended to procure past examination questions and examiners' reports. I have noticed, quite worryingly, that for some time now, the said motion doesn't appear on the business statement, neither does it appear in the other paper. Interestingly, a similar motion filed calling for a bipartisan investigation into exam malpractices in relation to WAEC-administered exams has been constantly appearing, and I would want to know why this is the case. Mr. Speaker, looking at the other paper, it indicates that the finance minister is to answer some 16 questions. And quite honestly, it should be more. I know I have filed 4 questions to the finance minister, and none of them has found expression. And truly, no one should be surprised, because for the past 8 months, the finance minister has not appeared before this house to answer to a question. The last time we expected him to appear was on March 24th. He chose to address the media in relation to mitigation measures to address the economy that is currently in a nosedive than to come to Parliament and respond to our questions. Yesterday, he chose not to be here. And these are very important matters that we expect him to speak to. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are beginning to lose faith and confidence in us as an institution. There are many issues that requires government officials to speak to on this floor, and yet that is not happening. We stand the risk of losing our relevance if this continues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Honorable Jatta.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I just have a few issues to raise. First one has to do with the security of this house. The National Security Ministry launched the See Something, Say Something campaign. See Something, Say Something campaign. Mr. Speaker, this house is a primary target, or what you call a high-value target. And the question that I want to ask is the preparedness of the Parliamentary Service Board and the Parliamentary Service in ensuring the security of the premises and the precincts of Parliament. The Marshal's office has drawn up elaborate plans for beefing up the security of this place. It doesn't appear that it is a priority of the Parliamentary Service, and we have instances where persons are walking into Job 600 and knocking on the office doors of members of Parliament. Maybe they won't get access to the offices of leadership because of the structure of your offices, but they get to our offices. So what plan does the Parliamentary Service have for the See Something, Say Something campaign and beefing up security on the premises? Then, Mr. Speaker, the second issue has to do with when is the President going to set up the emolument committee as enshrined by Article 71? It's extremely important that as we sit in this Parliament, we know our conditions of service. As members of Parliament in this 8th Parliament, we don't know our conditions of service. And with the poor depreciation of the cedi, the time value of money makes it very imperative that you pay us our proper salaries now, not 4 years later. Where majority leader, when you pay us our salaries, people turn around and say we are taking fat ex gratia, when that is our salary that you delayed in paying. So when is the President setting up the emoluments committee? Because even you as Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and leader of government business and majority leader, you don't know your conditions of service. If they ask you what your salary is today, as the majority leader in Parliament, you don't know. So Mr. Speaker, he doesn't know. Even the Speaker doesn't know his conditions of service. The final issue I will raise, Mr. Speaker, is if the business committee can schedule a briefing, a joint briefing of the Ministers of Interior, Communication and Finance for this House on a critical issue involving the Ghana card. The Ministry of Communication has issued a deadline of 31st of this month, that 1st of July, they are going to deactivate SIM cards. The Bank of Ghana says that your money that is in your own account that you paid in from the 1st of July, you cannot access it without a Ghana card. And they are all taking reference to a legislative instrument from this House, LI 2111. Even the Electoral Commission is preparing to bring us a CR that is to create a new voters register using a Ghana card. But majority of our constituents today, some of them have registered since 2018. The National Identity Authority is unable to provide them their Ghana cards. So as representatives of the Ghanaian people, what is this House going to do between now and the 31st of this month to ensure that our constituents who have registered for the Ghana card get the Ghana card so that they are not disenfranchised, or if the NIA is unable to provide those cards for Ghanaians who are willing and ready to acquire those cards, we stay the hands of those agencies not to put our constituents in jeopardy. What plans do we have to have the Interior Minister who oversees the NIA, the Communications Minister who oversees the NCA, and the Finance Minister who has some oversight over the Bank of Ghana to appear before us to deal with these issues of timeline vis-a-vis the Ghana card? I thank you.
Yeah. Leader, will you respond to those ones before we, or I should take more? I should take more. Okay. Well. Let me come to Honorable Savdai.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin from where the Honorable Sam George left off. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that the NIA came to brief the House on the efforts they are making to ensure that every qualified Ghanaian got registered. And as part of the demand, what steps they are taking to ensure that everyone gets registered. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, the district office is stationed far away from the people. And it costs a lot of money for somebody to move from, say, Germany to Quever or Peking to get registered. When they register, it takes a lot of time for them to even get the cards issued. Because of the financial implications, the people are most unwilling to go and get registered. We are asking NIA to go around to do the registration in the communities as they did before. They are most unwilling to do that. And it's become a very difficult situation for MPs to now transport people to and fro. So we want to urge the House, to urge NIA to send his men and women around to do the registration at the convenience of the people. That's one. Mr. Speaker, two. Mr. Speaker, I raised the issue of outstanding private members' motions that continue to linger on our other papers. I see that business is not heavy now. I urge that we take those motions to free the other paper to accommodate more. But it's not happening. We want to work. Majority leader, we want to work.
Bring us work.
So feature the motions and let's take them so we can free space for more. In addition to that, leader indicated 2 weeks ago that in addition to questions that will be admitted from members going forward, there are about 736 outstanding ones. Last week, I see that the questions that were featured for the Minister of Finance, because he couldn't come, they've been repeated for next week, which is good. But it means that questions which would have featured next week, they won't get the opportunity. So I want to urge that the deputies take time to come and answer them. We don't always have to have the substantive coming to answer the questions. They can get the answers, come and respond to members, so we can free space to have the outstanding questions that have not been featured. Mr. Speaker, my third point is that the issues of bills. We have a lot of bills that are before us. Some have been referred to committees. It appears that they are lingering at the committee level. We want to urge leader to bring some pressure to bear on committee chairman to expedite work on these bills so we can take them. The life of this parliament is 4 years. We've spent 18 months, it's gone. We only have 2.5 years to go. If we are not careful, some of those bills will fall into a fluxing of time and they will elapse. But I don't think that is what we intend for those bills to suffer. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, I have directed questions to the Minister of State at the Office of the President concerning some matters. The indications are clearly that they've been remitted to him to respond. It's taking forever. I want to urge the chairman of the leader of the House to, as it were, feature those for me so I can have those responses. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, we now turn to Bongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker can address me as Honorable Bongo or Honorable Bawa. So Mr. Speaker is right to say Honorable Bongo.
You still have the water.
Mr. Speaker, I have realized that if you want your question to be admitted, never add the word COVID to it. No, I'm just saying that I've realized that if you don't want your question to be answered, or if you want your question to be answered, don't add the word COVID to it. I say this because about 2 months or 3 months ago, I filed a question with regards to some procurement processes that have gone on with the Ministry of Health. The question was scheduled. Then I got a call from the table's office that they had brought the wrong response to the question, and therefore they were rescheduling it. They did that for a number of times. Mr. Speaker, luckily enough, last week, Friday, you were in the chair. When they brought the question, and there was no response in the, what they call the order paper, and I then drew the attention of this, the deputy majority leader, that if he could consider rescheduling it and bringing it this week. In fact, he stood in this parliament and indicated that this week he was going to ensure that in the business season it will find expression. Again, it is out. I've checked, it's not there. I just want to ask the majority leader, when will COVID questions be admitted, particularly mine? When will it be admitted? Thank you very much.
We now come to Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. This is about the fourth time I am raising issues with two questions I posed to the Minister for Finance on our District Assembly's Common Fund. Last week, I raised it. The Deputy Majority Leader said I should follow up. I did, and the result is that the Speaker had approved the questions way back 23rd March 2022. But up to now, those two questions have not been listed. And the Minister has not appeared even before the local government committee to answer similar questions. So I want to find out from the majority leader whether he can slot these questions in for the Wednesday encounter with the Minister for Finance. I thank you.
Very well. Yes, let him now come to Elembele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I got here, I read a petition from the research assistants. We're lamenting their salary and welfare and the fact that they have not been paid for some time, and the proposed increment has also not taken effect. This must be addressed. As you can imagine how important these research assistants are. I know that we've talked about it. I know that a lot of work is being done on it. But it's taking some time, and I'll be happy to know where we are on that matter. Mr. Speaker, if we listen to some of the comments made earlier about the National Identification Authority, it's very clear that a lot of Ghanaians are still struggling to get that Ghana card. We are aware that the Electoral Commission intends to use the Ghana card as the ID card for the 2024 election. If that is the case, we need to bring the National Identification Authority officials here. We are in 2022 to address all those bottlenecks before we get close and it becomes a problem. If it is a problem and Ghanaians do not have that ID card, then we must go back to the Electoral Commission to address that issue. It's a matter that is of national interest, national security interest, that must be addressed.
Leader, may I go on? Maybe you can respond to.
We can take all of them in one swoop, except that there are many of them that really have no relation with the business statement before us.
Very well. So let me go to Honorable Champo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I've seen the Finance Minister go to answer about 16 questions come next week. And Mr. Speaker, since 2020, there have been some outstanding issues which the Minister was supposed to address the House in respect of total revenue received and then amount ceded to common fund in terms of Article 252 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, they've written several letters to common fund indicating how much they owe them, and it is piling up to date. And we need an explanation because, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about local governance, decentralization. The actual money which is supposed to go to the local level are not going. So the minister should come and tell us when the minister is doing the reconciliation with them, how much the minister is owing or the ministry is owing common fund, and when are they going to get those resources? Because, for example, Q1, they are supposed to get us 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. 600 million is ceded to common fund. And they will distribute the 600 million, leaving the 400 million. And nobody is talking to anybody. And since 2020, we are now in 2022. So if the chairman of the committee can at least slot in this very question asked by Honorable Podo, so that come next week Wednesday, the minister will appear before the House and tell us how much the Ministry of Finance or government is owing common fund, and what steps are they putting in place to make those resources available for local development. Thank you very much.
Yes, Temali Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just a little correction. What I wrote, that was paragraph 385. Paragraph 385. To ask the Minister for Finance how much revenue the state generated from the sales of power to our neighboring countries since 2017. Since 2017 is submitted. So if the table office could take the necessary steps to add that since 2017. Paragraph 385.
Honorable, you may repeat the question again.
385.
Question 385. To ask the Minister for Finance how much revenue the state generated from the sales of power to our neighboring countries since 2017. Thank you.
Then we come to Adaku.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. We thank the leader for the business statement. Mr. Speaker, I just want your help on this. All our leaders who present the business statement get frustrated when we say things like, I filed a question, or why shouldn't you bring this minister here? Can we have a mechanism where members, if they feel strongly about something, can make presentations to the business committee before they do their meeting? So if they decide not to include it, they'll give you reasons why they don't include. But when they get frustrated that it's not part of the business statement, we don't know what agenda you have when you go to your business statement. So can Parliament have a mechanism where we can make those requests to you that can you consider including this? Mr. Speaker, on the issue that my colleagues have talked about, as we speak, in Adaklu, I have complaints about people who try to register for the ECOWAS card, saying that I went to register. When the pictures came, the card came, it is my name, but the picture is somebody else's picture. Then they tell me to go and re-register. After that, they tell me it's double registration, so I won't get my card. Mr. Speaker, I think these are some of the reasons, in addition to what my colleague have said, that the NIA necessarily have to come and apprise the House so that we all know what we can do, because there's a general understanding that we don't have the actual plastic cards to issue to our citizens. They register and they don't get a card, and we don't even know when they are going to get a card. Mr. Speaker, we feel strongly that the NIA should appear before the House to update us. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. I think I'm taking the last slot from the leader. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for the opportunity and to assure the Honorable Kwame Agoja that his concern is noted, but probably until we review the standing orders, he can opt for making a representation to any member of the business committee, including me, of matters that are of concern to him or any member, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can articulate and raise same at the business committee. But Mr. Speaker, I have just one emphasis to make, and that is the point made by the Honorable Sam George and the leader and chairman of government business, the matter of the national ID card and even the contemplation of the Electoral Commission of Ghana to use it as basis for registration or for the conduct of the 2024 elections makes it a democratic imperative that every deserving Ghanaian has the national ID card. Any failure on their part will throw our democracy in jeopardy. And therefore, the matter he has raised in many areas, in fact, Mr. Speaker, normally I drive out of my house through the Tamale Regional Office, popularly known as the Regional Coordinating Councils. And on daily basis, as I leave town in the morning, I see queues of old men and women and young people just at the gate of the regional administration. When you ask, they say they are here to apply for national ID card. That public good must be made increasingly and easily available to the Ghanaian. Then my final one, leader, I was at business committee briefly, but Mr. Speaker, I couldn't stay full. There is a simmering problem with the poultry industry in Ghana. Poultry farmers have difficulty accessing what they call poultry feed. I understand that a number of poultry-related businesses are closing up for some difficulties with the business of poultry. Mr. Speaker, we are already an unacceptable net importer of poultry when we have capacity and capability to be able to produce the poultry that we need. It is my recommendation that the Minister for Agriculture will have to come and brief this House on the state of the poultry industry in Ghana, the challenges, and what we can do to assist, because, Mr. Speaker, it remains a major source of employment apart from satisfying the protein needs of Ghanaians. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, may I respectfully invite you to respond to.
Speaker, I certainly will endeavor to respond to the questions relating to the Business Committee's report before us. Speaker, some people in this House have the uncanny ability of fielding questions here on Fridays which do not bear any semblance to the Business Committee's reports that is submitted to us. And I see one of them, example is Sam the George. Mr. Speaker, he's raising issues which have nothing to do with the Business Committee's reports. But of course, if you have the minority leader who is also a member of the Business Committee, always trying to cause internal bleeding to the party's report, we are in trouble. He is part of the Business Committee. He doesn't raise these matters. When you come and then you find a way to raise questions, poultry farmers' questions, how does it relate to the Business Committee's report before us? The report that you and I fashioned. I mean, he's a member of parliament, but he's a member of the committee, and he knows that the issue that he's raising, important as it is, it has nothing to do with the Business Committee's report before us. Mr. Speaker, but let me begin from the honourable member at the backbench who raised a question about his own issues. He says he has outstanding questions relating to the Gender and Children Ministry that it was slated for today, but we are not finding expression on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have to look at it and see when to program the question, perhaps next week. We'll look at that.
Honourable members, may we give attention to the leader? We have raised some issues and he is responding to them, please.
The Speaker, the Honourable Okunyeto wants to know exactly when we're going to have the media review. We've given this response in this House. On 2 occasions, you have stated and given the indication. The Speaker, I don't want to repeat what I said. It is your duty to be in the House to listen. And when you are not in the House, whatever gets transacted in the House is your responsibility to apprise yourself of it. So it is not for me to be repeating myself every time. I've given an indication on 2 occasions already. Mr. Speaker, the same honourable member says that he has urgent questions that I'll be forward to the Speaker, and the Speaker that the questions have been, is aware that the questions have been submitted to the Speaker on the 3rd of June. The Speaker, the fact that you've submitted questions and they got into the Speaker, as you have diligently traced and tracked that they got into the Speaker on the 3rd of June, I thought you were going to tell me that the Speaker has admitted the questions. If the Speaker has not admitted the questions, they will not come to the Business Committee for programming. So you have some further work to do, tracing and tracking. So, but I think it's important that you have undertaken to do this. We will liaise with the table office to see the status of those questions, and then what must be done, sequel to the Speaker admitting or not admitting the questions. The Speaker, I agree with the colleague that yes, the national security apparatus is also having some engagement with civil society and the general populace. And it's important that we are briefed, because when we go back to the constituencies, we should be well positioned to respond to issues that perhaps may come before us. Speaker, the final question from the Honourable Kujetu is about the provision of timelines to some outstanding issues in respect of some shooting incidents at Nkranza, and then you said, did I hear you say Beposo? Beposo, and then maybe the Islamic school, which I bear testimony to. The Speaker said that we're giving the committee up to next week, Tuesday, was it? Early next week to report to us. The Speaker, the committee, I know, has submitted a request to the Speaker to be funded to go and discharge that responsibility. I hope they'll be giving the necessary resources immediately in order for them to be able to prosecute that assignment. Question. Maybe I've responded to you. The question on media, I've responded to you. It's your responsibility to trace and track what you said in the House. I've given that indication on 2 occasions here and given dates. The honourable member is lost. I've given the indication here. If you are not here, is it for me to be repeating the question to you? Yes, Speaker, the Honourable Dr. Apak, I think he related to question 264, and he said the names of some of the communities have been misspelled. I guess your handwriting may not be legible enough. I guess your handwriting is not legible enough to the class at table. So do what is appropriate. Maybe the next time you have to type out the names of those communities, now that you admit that your handwriting is not legible enough. The Speaker, he says to us that he filed a question, the Minister of Finance, that a similar motion which addresses a similar matter is appearing on the other paper. I will have to look at it and then maybe we'll see what to do. And he's appealing that the Minister of Finance, when he appears on Wednesday, should be answering more than 16 questions. You can program for him to answer maybe 30 questions. What will be the benefit to the House? Question time is for 1 hour. So if he has to answer more questions, we will not be able to get to the bottom of the issues that may be raised. So maybe the fewer the questions, the better it will be for us, so that we get to the very bottom of those questions that are asked. Already I think that the 16 questions will be 1 2 minutes for him to answer. If indeed we want to be very probous. Mr. Speaker, as for Dr. Apak's own subjective analysis of the economy in nosedive, I will not litigate the matter with him, because he must get his bearings right. I don't want to litigate the matter with him. In any event, it has nothing to do with the business statement before us. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sam George also raised issues about the security situation in the House, and I think it's a legitimate concern. It's not for the parliamentary service. No, see, the service itself is just for the staff, and it's one of the issues that perhaps we have to deal with. The parliamentary service relates to the public service component, who are required to provide service to the members of Parliament. It does appear that within the ambit of the Constitution, matters relating to Parliament and indeed parliamentarians are not sufficiently covered. And one of the reasons why perhaps looking at the Constitution holistically, we have to provide for, because this Parliamentary Service Board really deals with the service, the public servants who are working with us, and not members of Parliament. That's where we have the difficulty. So perhaps in doing serious introspection on the Constitution is something that should engage our attention. Notwithstanding, it's important that we find ways to deal with this because of the circumstances in the countries around us, and we should take our own security extremely, very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, the conditions of members of Parliament, every administration has been very guilty of this. And it's because the presidents have shown extreme sensitivity to the plight of the workers in the general body politic. You enter your office. That is the day you are inaugurated to begin your business as a member of Parliament. That very day you should know your conditions of service. But it doesn't happen. The Speaker, is the reason why some of us have been advocating that the Emoluments Committee, the committee that is appointed under Article 71, we should agree as a House for them to build in the necessary triggers, the report that is submitted to us, so that there will be that automaticity if those conditions are triggered, so that once you come, you know that these are your conditions of service. You will not be required to set up ritualistically these committees every 4 years, which will attract a lot of brouhaha, which in my view is not necessary. People today talking about ex gratia being given to members of Parliament, ministers and so on. There's nothing like ex gratia. It's gratuity that is paid to members of Parliament, not ex gratia. The difference must be known to people. Unfortunately, we fall into that trap, also talking about ex gratia. Members of Parliament are not paid ex gratia, they are paid gratuity, which is totally different. But Mr. Speaker, as I'm saying, maybe all of us will have to put our heads together, plus maybe officers and officials from the presidency. So going forward, will know what is appropriate that must be done, so that this ritual of, having your head on the gavel every 4 years becomes a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, the National Identification Authority and the issuance of cards for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I agree that ultimately the card should be the one that should bear testimony to your Ghanaianness, so that we use it to vote. Are we there yet? That's the issue that perhaps we may have to interrogate. Because this should be sufficiently complemented by the births and deaths registry, which is not functioning effectively as we would have wished. The two together should provide us with a basis for us to identify who is a Ghanaian and who is not a Ghanaian, who then will be eligible to vote and who will not be eligible to vote. So we should find a way of synchronizing the activities of the births and deaths registry. Fortunately, we passed a new act quite recently. And when we are talking about not having job opportunities for our graduates, it provides enough space for them to be able to go to the communities and undertake this assignment. How many of them? Because don't forget, we have, apart from the center, the births and deaths registrars, we're saying that every zone should have an officer, and every community should have an officer. How many communities do you have in the system? The Speaker, if we want to sufficiently and adequately implement that law, the opportunities that it will offer to our graduates, of course. Mr. Speaker, so we need to look at that, and I believe that it will be a very useful complement to the activities of the Electoral Commission, to the activities of the National Identification Authority, and then that would ultimately legitimize the identity cards that will be issued. I think the Honorable Roxanne Dafiamapo related to the same thing, the first issue that he raised, so I'll not go over that. Then he says there are private members' motions which we must prosecute in the course of next week. I believe that there are many of them that are really harmless, and we have to deal with them. Maybe next week. There are about 3-4 that we can deal with them. Next week and in the ensuing week, those private members' bills. He insists that deputy ministers must be allowed to answer questions in the absence of the substantive ministers. We should come to some determination on that. We keep wavering. On occasions, we are saying that we will not permit deputy ministers to answer questions. If we agree, then in the absence of the substantive ministers, let them come and answer questions so that we are able to clear the backlog of questions. Just so the issue of bills that are outstanding, I think we are going to be able to start some of them today, because the previous parliament, the 7th parliament, passed many bills, unprecedented in the history of the 4th Republic. We must follow that same path. The Speaker, the Honorable Bauer, he says to us that if you want your question to be responded to in the House, you shouldn't add COVID. He should advise himself then, if he knows that to be the truth. If he knows that to be the truth, he should advise himself. Even though, but I believe that he said that in the light of it. The Speaker, the question that he says is asked, we follow through if the Speaker has admitted and to see to his logical conclusion. The Honorable Kodo revisits an old matter. It's an ancient matter that he has raised in the House. I think that we should be, sometimes be pragmatic and not dogmatic. Why? We have total national revenue, but there are statutory payments that must be made by this country. Is it the case that you do your allocation before considering how much debt you owe, so that you become international pariah because you are not able to fulfill your debt obligations? What should be the better way about that? I'm aware that the courts have made a pronouncement on this, but I think that pragmatism should take the place of dogmatism. The Honorable Amabua raises issues about research assistants and their remuneration. I guess leadership would have some consultations on that. And again, he spoke about the NIA cuts. I think it's a repetition of what has been asked. The Honorable Echampo, I think the question that he asked about the total revenue and amounts to be allocated to the common fund, how much is in arrears, is about the same thing. The Speaker, the Honorable Muntala, is asking, that is the question that he asked, that is question 385. 385, which reads, to ask the Minister for Finance how much revenue the state generated from the sale of power to neighboring countries. We should, at the end, insert since 2017. I don't know the original question that he filed. If he wants this to be added, certainly it will amount to a new question that he's asking. And he must know what he himself must do. It's a new question that you are asking. You will go through the process again. And since I don't know, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to comment further on that. The Honorable Abuja, you asked about business to the House. That is what comes before the Business Committee. The only program what comes before us. We don't sue to generate business for the House. I think I've related to this question on many, many occasions. You are a senior member of this House. You don't bring rudimentary questions that you should know. And that is, you are a child. Advise whoever asks you to bring this question to the House. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue raised by the minority leader, the EC, whether it's going to use the NIA cards, we have already sufficiently addressed it. And the issue of poultry farmers, I think I've also responded to that. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, the business statement for the ensuing week, as presented by the leader of the House, is hereby adopted. We thank you very, very much. We move to item number 6, question time. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus agent question, 15, all for one man. Offer. So, honourable members, per our standing orders, stand order 62, we are supposed to use 1 hour for the questions. And therefore, looking through the questions, it appears most of the questions are constituency specific. And therefore, we are not going to entertain any supplementary question from any member apart from the owner of the question. Then I would also like to indulge you to limit the supplementary questions to 2. So the owner of the questions may have 2 supplementary questions. We need to cover all the questions. So if you are the owner of the question, after the main question, you may have 2 opportunities to ask supplementary questions. Honorable Minister, may I also implore you to be straightforward to the answers. At times, you want to, so today is straightforward. So let me begin with a member for Dafiama Busi Issa, Honorable Dr. Sebastian Sandari, to begin with the urgent question. So, Honorable, you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what urgent steps the Ministry is taking to work on the Dafiama-Bari Road, which was badly damaged by floods in August 2021, considering the fact that we are close to the rainy season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me respectfully invite the Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Fiama-Bari Figa Road is 11 kilometers and it is located in the Fiama-Busi Issa district of the Upper West region. Mr. Speaker, it is true that the road is one of the many roads that were affected by the damaging floods of August in 2021. Mr. Speaker, however, following the urgent visit to the region of Upper West by a team of engineers from the Ministry of Roads and Highways led by the Minister, engineering studies were undertaken on all the affected roads, including that of the Fiama-Bari Road. Mr. Speaker, estimates have been prepared and submitted to our head office by the officers of the Regional Office of Upper West. A decision has been taken, and it's a firm one. A decision has been taken to issue works on the damaged section of the Fiama-Bari Road as a variation order on the ongoing Wa to Han road works being undertaken by Mrs. PW GhanaWeb Limited. The contractor, Mr. Speaker, is now mobilizing to move to site. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, with considering the fact that we are in the rainy season and the road being severely damaged, divided by deep trenches, will you consider an urgent measure to fill these deep trenches at the Chireka Kalapari and Sangwe as portions of the road, to fill those deep trenches while enough time is given to mobilize to work on the full road, because with the rains, children cannot go to school. Pregnant women cannot visit health facilities, and even the elderly cannot also cross. So I'm asking if some urgent measures could be taken to fill the deep trenches while work goes on the full length of the road. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my honorable colleague that once a contractor has been identified and once a VO is being issued, it means that it should be taken that there is a contractor on site, and we shall carry that message, for the contractor to keep an eye on the road, and before he starts work, wherever the road has a problem, like you said, in the areas where the school children cross, the contractor on site will have a sitting engineer as a supervising engineer, and that will be done, and he will keep an eye on the road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. With the serious nature of the situation, may I know from the minister, when will the contractor move to site? Though you said the contractor is mobilizing, mobilization can take even a year, but may I know, with the urgent nature, when will the contractor move to site? Thank you, Right Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, normally, all things being equal, mobilization is between 2 weeks and maximum of 3 weeks. The contractor will be on the site. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We now move to question number 330. Question number 330. And the question stands in the member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Bauer. Honorable, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads would be completed. I, Kansoy Namo Boda. I, Namo Abilizanga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a background, the Kansol Namo Border Road is a partially engineered connector feeder road located in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. The road has natural gravel and earth sections which are in poor conditions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the road. But the future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering, design, and condition studies are being undertaken for upgrading of the road. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2023 budget, and that is for the Council to Namo Road. Mr. Speaker, Namo to Abelizanga Road. This road is partially engineered connector feeder road with partly gravel and earth section. It is located in the Bongo district of the Upper East region and has poor surface condition. And again, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the road currently. But engineering, design, and condition studies are being undertaken for the upgrading of this road. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Edward, any further question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you realize that even in the answer to the Minister for Roads and Highways, he admits that the roads are in very bad shape. We are just entering into the rainy season. It is a major, even though it is in a bad shape, it's a very major road linking Ghana to Burkina Faso. And most of the people who live in those enclaves are into commercial business between Burkina Faso and that of Ghana. So when it rains, it renders the whole place not motorable. And what it then does is that the people are not able to engage in that. It comes with its own cascading effect in terms of how they lose their incomes. Whilst we wait for a possibility of putting this in the 2023 budget, is it possible that your ministry could consider just getting graders and other things to put it on them, because to work on them, because as we speak now, there are bridges that were constructed, and those bridges were constructed and they just put the structures there, but even you don't have gravel even coming to fill it up. So even in terms of what do you call it, motor, it's a risk, particularly if you are riding in the night. So can you consider just using your agencies, whether it's the rural, urban, not urban, the other one, the feeder roads, to see how they could just make it a bit more trouble whilst you capture this in the 2023 budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to associate myself with all the concerns expressed about the road by my honorable colleague, and we shall ensure that we bring it under the ongoing routine maintenance for such roads. The most important thing is that we have to link up quite often, and I will make sure that the regional directorate of the urban and feeder roads give you all the necessary assistance for the road to be more trouble between now and the end of the year, until it is captured in next year's budget, which will be presented somewhere in November before the close of the year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Edwin.
Thank you very much. I am glad that the minister has indicated this. I would definitely be calling upon you. Trust me, if this is done before the year, I will go on every mountain to let them know that you keep your word. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to question number 349. Question number 349. A member for Salaga South, Honorable Ziwila Muhammad Ibrahima. Today I've mentioned all your names.
Thank you,
Today,
Mr.
ask
Speaker.
your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with my question, my name, Zuwera. That's my name, Zuwera. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads will be constructed to ease transportation challenges for the people of Salaga South constituency. 1. Number 1 to Abromasi. 2. Abromasi to Akamade. 3. Abromasi to Kibatito. 4. Steel Bridge to Sarkingona Kura. 5. Abromasi to Kijeubato. 6. Makango to Salaga. 7. Salaga Kulupi. 8. Salaga to Kafaba. 9. Salaga to Yaili to Bunkwa. 10. Salaga to Lamsa. 11. Salaga to Dagombia. 12. Telpa to Silmunchu. And 13. Makango to Beteku. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. 13 separate roads. So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 1 to Abromazi Road, Abromazi to Akamade Road, Abromazi to Kibatito Road, Steel Bridge to Salikingonakura Road, Abromazi to Kijau Bato Road, Saraga to Dagobia Road, and Taku to Silimunchu Road. The background to the roads is that the list of all these roads numbered 1 to 5, Roman number 1 to B, and 11 to 12, X1 plus X11. As mentioned above, a network of feeder roads located within the Saraga and Akamade enclave in the East Gonja district of the Savannah region. Some of the roads are partially engineered, whilst others are unengineered with poor surface conditions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program on any of these roads. The future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering design and condition surveys have been carried out on the roads for upgrading interventions. The procurement and execution of the interventions will be considered under the 2023 budget. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the roads one by one and to expatiate on them. The Malango to Saraga Road. The Speaker, this road is in the eastern part of the Savannah region and is the capital of the East Gonja Municipal Assembly. The road from Tamale to Saraga to Makango, known as IR4, is 83 kilometer stretch with about 27 kilometers bituminous surface and in good condition, whilst the remaining 58 kilometers is gravel surface and is in fair condition. The Speaker, currently the Makango-Saraga Road is being constructed under the contract titled Rehabilitation of Tamale-Saraga Makango, covering a distance of 52 kilometers. The project commenced on 21st January 2021 and is expected to be completed by 20th January 2023. Physical progress of work completed to date is estimated at 25%. Contractor is at site and the works are ongoing. Saraga to Kupe Road. Mr. Speaker, the total length of this road, also known as R146, is 52.5 kilometers. It falls within the Savannah region of Ghana and is also connect travelers to the northern region of the country. It is a gravel surface road. Mr. Speaker, currently 42.5 kilometers out of the total length of 52.5 kilometers of this road has been awarded on contract under the title Rehabilitation, that is unpaid, of Salaga to Sole Cortez Road. The works commenced on 31st December 2020 and was expected to be completed by 3rd June 2022. There are 8 lots in all and are at various stages of work progress. The future program for this road, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies on the outstanding 10 kilometers is underway. When completed, estimates will be submitted to the Ministry for consideration. Salaga to Kafaba Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is 30 kilometers long. It is located in the Gonja district of the Savannah region. It is an engineered road with fair surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for spot improvement of the road measuring 30 kilometers was awarded for commencement on 10 February 2022 and expected for completion by 10th December 2022. The contractor was given possession of site on 27 January 2022 but has so far failed to commence work with no reason. A warning letter is to be issued to the contractor to show presence and commence with the works by the end of August 2022, failure to which the necessary contractual processes will be followed to terminate the contract for award. Saraga to Yayere to Buankwa and Saraga to Gagobia Road. Mr. Speaker, the Saraga to Yayere to Buankwa measures 29.6 kilometers and Saraga to Gagobia is 12 kilometers. And these are engineered feeder roads with poor surface condition and located in the East Gonja district of the Savannah region. Yes, Speaker, currently there is no program on any of these roads. The future program is that engineering designs and condition surveys for upgrading of the roads have been carried out for rehabilitation and will be considered under the 2023 budget. Saraga to Lamsa Road. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the Bao Akrape Feeder Road, which measures 21.2 kilometers. It is located in the East Gonja district of the Savannah region and referred to poor surface condition. There is no program on this road currently, Mr. Speaker. Engineering, design, and condition studies have been carried out on the road for rehabilitation and will be considered for execution under the 2023 budget as part of the future program for the road. Mr. Speaker, Makango to Gweteko Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is identified also as Gweteko Junction to Gweteko Feeder Road of length 13.5 kilometers. It is a partially engineered road in poor condition and located in the East Gonja district of the Savannah region. There is no program on this road currently, Mr. Speaker. Engineering, design, and condition surveys for upgrading of the roads have been carried out for rehabilitation and will be considered under the 2023 budget as its future program. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the Honourable Minister's answers, clearly we in the Salaga South constituency and the East Gonja municipality, for that matter, will be gearing up to be labelled as the year of roads in 2023, because all our roads seem to have to wait for the 2023 budget. In the meantime, the current nature of the roads is becoming very debilitating for the welfare of the people of the East Gonja municipality. The Salaga-Makango Road, which the minister says is 25% complete, and that there is a 27-kilometer bituminous surface. I'm not sure whether I understand what bituminous surface means. Does it mean that it's been tarred? Well, I can assure the minister that there is no bitumen, not a single pint of bitumen on the road.
Honourable Member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You may have to just ask the question. The commentary is.
Mr. Speaker, I'm responding to the Honourable Minister's answer. He says there's bitumen on the road. There's no bitumen on the road.
So just ask the question in relation to that.
There is zero bitumen on the road. And the contractor has been off-site for more than 1 month now. And only yesterday, the stretch between Milchi and Kinkiling, where they are trying to construct a bridge, there was an accident there because non-users of the road on a daily basis are not aware of the nature of the road, and so it's beginning to cause problems for the people of the municipality. Can the minister assure us that they will get the contractor back on road so that that work can progress to save lives and property? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the Makango to Salaga stretch of the road. And I did say that the length of that road is 83 kilometers, out of which 27 has a bituminous surface cover, with 58 still at the gravel stage. And Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that this information is solid and is authentic. So perhaps I do not know whether the honourable member has travelled on the entire 83 kilometer stretch of the road, but at least 27 kilometers out of the 83 has bituminous surface, and that information is authentic. However, I agree with her. All the damaged areas and the most deteriorated areas will be put under our ongoing routine maintenance program until the rains are over and we see what can be done in the area. So I want to assure you that that is going to be done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not want to engage with the minister in what is correct information and what is wrong information, but I want to assure the minister that I'm the member of parliament for the area, and I traveled on the road. I was there 2 weeks ago, and there is no bitumen on the road. The honourable minister may double check with his officers in the municipality to get accurate information. My second supplementary question, Mr. Speaker, the Salaga-Kafaba road, which is one of the most damaged roads in the constituency, in the minister's answer says was awarded in February this year. As at 18th June, there was no contractor on the road and the issue was becoming too much for everybody. So I had to privately find a grader to reshape and put some graveling on the road in order to make it motorable and a little bit more comfortable for the commuters from Kafaba to Salaga and vice versa. I will want the ministry to take note of this development on that road in reviewing or re-awarding or getting the contractor back to site. We will really appreciate it if this is done in an expeditious manner so that the road can be built properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, I just asked you to take note. So we move to question number 480. 480. Honourable member for Ho Central, will you stop making the calls? I'm coming to you. I'm coming to Ho Central. So you may ask your question now.
Opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why work on the road from Ziavidube in the whole municipality to Amfueta in the whole West District had come to an apparent halt, and when that road project will be completed.
Yes, Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ziavi and Fatal Feeder Road is 17.5 kilometers. It is an inter-district feeder road linking Ziavi Zogbe in whole municipality to Amfuaga in the whole West District of the Volta region. It is a gravel road with poor surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bitumen surfacing of Ziavi and Fuata Feeder Road, measuring 17.5 kilometers, was awarded on 3rd October 2016 for completion by 17th May 2018. The contractor has delayed the completion of the works excessively by achieving only 23% progress as at the expiration of the expected completion date. The contract has therefore been terminated by the Department of Feeder Roads Entity Tender Committee. The contract will be repackaged for award as the future program for this road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister whether he's aware of the cause of the delay of the works.
Minister, are you aware of the cause of delay of the works?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there could be many causes to the delay of any contract work being undertaken by any contractor. It could be as a result of lack or delayed payment. It could be as a result of the contractor itself not having the capacity to execute the job. And in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that given the background information and what I am privy to, it was lack of capacity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable, last question.
Oh, it's not the last one.
Last question.
Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, I am also very much aware that the contractor had issued 2 certificates amounting to 5 million Ghana cedis, and he was paid only 1 million Ghana cedis, and that accounts for the delay in the progress of the work. So I want to find out from the minister, given that the contractor was not capricious in the delay caused to the the project, will he consider a revocation of the termination and a restoration of the contractor to site, since the option being proposed here will perhaps even stop the work altogether? Will he consider a revocation of the termination of the project or of the contract with the contractor?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for his information, and I believe he knows it, the name of the contractor is Mrs. NATO Builders Limited, and the total contract sum for this project was almost 27 million Ghana cedis. So a contractor with that type of work and a contract sum of something in the region of 27 million Ghana cedis, even if he had worked up to a certified amount of 5 million, that alone should not stop the contractor from working, unless he is demonstrating his lack of capacity to do the work. And the job was terminated, and once it's terminated, if the contractor has now put himself together and wants to undertake the job and he wants to approach us and to negotiate, so be it. Otherwise, my ministry will go ahead to take fresh inventory on the project, repackage and re-award to a more competent contractor. And I want to assure you and every contractor working on our roads that yes, government is trying as much as possible to support everybody to deliver, but we would also not take it kindly with contractors who come for job, knowing very well that they don't have capacity to deliver. My ministry will no longer tolerate such contractors.
Honorable members, we move to question number 485. 485. And the question stands in the member for Temali North. Temali North. Honorable Suhini, are you not aware that you are a member for Temali North?
Right, Honorable Speaker, my apologies. I did not hear you at the, when you mentioned it the first time. Thank you very much for indulging me. I wish to ask my uncle, the road minister, when the storm drain from Naluro Estate through Gumani, Kalpahini to Fo and Taha in the Tamale North constituency will be constructed to protect residents, including myself, because I live along those drains, from the yearly floods that we endure. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the channel, which is mainly earth, comes from Gulugu to Chogu through major covers on the Kumbungu main road Sagnarigu constituency through Nalulu Estate to Gariba Lodge to Nyanshegu to Kapohini Fuel to Taha within the Tamale North constituency, all within the Tamale metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, the has 3 known branches. The first one is from area behind Nobisco to meet the main channel at the Nalulu Estate near Gariba Lodge. The second channel is the continuation of a line one from Ambaliga School to Nyanshegu area to meet the main one at Tunayere, and the third branch is from Kapohini community, which meets the main channel at the Tunayere to Kapohini section. Mr. Speaker, the estimated length of the main channel is about 8.6 kilometers of varying cross-sectional dimensions and 4.60 kilometers for that of the branch channels, also of varying cross-sectional dimensions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the channel is primarily under the purview of the Hydrological Services Division of the Ministry of Works and Housing. However, the Department of Urban Roads, as part of some ongoing projects, has constructed critical sections of the channel as follows. 1. Emergency works around Gariba Lodge. Mr. Speaker, a contract to undertake emergency works at the Gariba Lodge section of the main F channel commenced in February 2019. The details of the emergency works that were undertaken included, but not limited to, the following. A. Creation of the inlet and outlet channels of the Gariba Lodge culvert to improve drainage. B. Excavation to open up the intersection of Nyanshegu to Tujani to Kapo Hini section of the main F channel, also to improve drainage. C. 100-meter and 30-meter concrete lining of the outlet and inlet channels of the Gariba Lodge culvert, respectively, to further improve drainage. Mr. Speaker, these works were completed by 20th May 2019. Reconstruction of Galugu and Gisonayere area roads in Sagnalugu municipality, known as Phase 1, measuring 4.87 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the above contract commenced on 18 January 2021 for completion by 17 July 2022. Under this contract, one number double 3x2 meter box culvert was constructed at Nalulu Estate on the channel from Chogu to Nalulu Estate, which has enabled access to and from Nalulu Estate to the Kumbugu Main Road through the Chogu Yapasi. Mr. Speaker, works were completed by 28 February 2022. 3. Construction of one number double 3x3 cell box culvert at Chogu Yapasi to Sanalugu municipality. The above contract 14 August 2019 for completion by 6 November 2019. Under this contract, Mr. Speaker, one number double 3x2 meters box culvert was constructed on the main channel from the Gulugu to Gariba Lodge, that is linking Nalulu Estate to Chogu Pasi communities on one side and to Gulugu the Sonayere communities on the other side. The works were completed by 28 May 2020. 4. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of global dream area roads in Tamale, known as Phase 1, and measuring a distance of 4 kilometers. The above project, Mr. Speaker, commenced on 15 January 2020 for completion by 14 July 2021. There is a request pending approval under the contract to construct a 3 by 3 meters box culvert on the Fuel/Taha main road. This is to address the overtopping of the road during the rainy season. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Urban Roads will continue to liaise with the Hydrological Services Division to address flooding along the channel as its future program. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Suhini, any further question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to commend the Minister not always being present, not only because he's always present, but also for the detailed answers that he provides. I'm impressed that you did not just leave it at the fact that this Earth channel is usually under the Ministry of Works and Housing, but has gone ahead to indicate other projects that your ministry has also done to resolve this problem. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to find out if the minister is aware that despite all the good works listed under 1, emergency works around the Garba Lodge, which I can confirm, that since 2019, the excavation to open up the intersection around Nyanshabu to Naile Kalpahini section of the main F channel has not seen any excavation again. And because of that, it has silted, and despite all the good works around the channel, because there is no excavation there, it still results in flooding. Is the minister aware? And is there anything he can do about the situation, at least for the meantime, to alleviate the threat of a flood?
Yes, Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honorable colleague for his kind words. Mr. Speaker, his observation is very, very true, and it may interest him to know that for the past, from Monday up to Wednesday, I was lodging at Gariba Lodge in Tamale, and that is my regular place anytime I visited Tamale. I can assure you that currently, in fact, all the regions we have put in place rapid response team in all the 16 regions of our country, to deal with emergency situations as we experience and continue to witness torrential rainfall across the country. So there is an ongoing exercise in Tamale to try as much as possible to carry out the silting works in all such drains. And the one around the Gariba Lodge is part of it. And given the importance and the emergency nature of it, we are going to ensure that at least until the hydrological services under Ministry of Works and Housing comes in to do a more detailed work on the drainage, we will continue as part of our routine maintenance program to desilt that drain. And I will also take it up with my colleague Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Asenso Boache, in this direction. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your final question.
Mr. Speaker, this is my second follow-up.
That is your final question.
Oh, it's a final one.
That is your final question.
All right. Honorable Minister, if I knew you were the one who parked at Garba Lodge, I live just behind there. I saw a number of vehicles at Garba Lodge on Monday on my way here. I would have stopped by to provide you with some okra soup and guinea fowl. But unfortunately, I didn't know you were the one. But let me draw your attention, even as I conclude with my question, that I appreciate the recognition that the hydrological services will handle it. But I'm sure you will appreciate the fact that all these good works you have done, the roads that you may be doing in the area, if that earth channel is not fixed and the flood continue, the work will come to naught because the flood waters will destroy the roads that have been constructed. So in this regard, it is my hope that you will apply some of your resources at the Department of Urban Roads to tackle the earth channel so that you can protect the longevity of the roads that you are doing. Having said that, I want to find out from you when, based on your answer on paragraph 4, the rehabilitation of the Global Dream Area roads in Tamale, when approval will be given for the pending request for the 333 by 3 meters box culvert on the Full Taha main road will be given? When will the approval for the request be given? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honorable colleague, my nephew, for his good suggestion, and I want to assure you that your suggestion will be taken into consideration about planning for the area. And to answer your question, I think time is of essence in dealing with that matter, because with the provision of the 333 by 3 meter box culvert on the Full Taha main road, so a critical problem will be resolved and averted, and that is the desire to stop the overtopping of the road during the rainy season. So that's why I said that this is urgent, time is of the essence, so we are going to do that as quickly as practicable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, before we move to the next question, 486, I just want to draw your attention. I said it earlier on that per our standing orders, we are not supposed to spend more than 1 hour. We've already spent 1 hour, 15 minutes. So we still have 10 more questions. And these are all private business. We are yet to also go to the public business for the day. And today is also Friday. So I want to entreat members, the owners, especially the owners of the questions, that I am going to allow only the main questions without supplementary questions. Is that clear? So that I will be able to go through all the rest of the 10 questions.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that is in order because Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to start with your area suggestion, but I look around and all members who have the opportunity to ask questions are available, but they are pleading with you if at least they can ask one supplementary question to the main question. I think that will do, but we'll plead with members to at least be snappy so that the minister will also give a quick response to those answers so that we can exhaust all the questions published.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I think we are all trying to reach out to one another. But the begging question is, after 1 hour, what does the rule say?
You should publish the question.
After 1 hour, what does the rule say? If you look at the number of questions we have, if we are to go on that tangent, most invariably, we will not be able to exhaust all the questions. And so in the wisdom of the Speaker, we should just stay clear of supplementary questions and deal with the substantive questions. Then we will leave within the 1 hour and deal with most probably all the questions. If you have supplementary questions and the 1 hour is exhausted, will you accede that we stop the questions and go to take the next item? So I want to plead to my colleague, let's go by the wise directive by the Speaker and forget about the supplementary questions and deal with the substantive questions. I think that would be much helpful.
Leader, Mr. Speaker, I think we are not splitting hairs over this matter. We are trying to build consensus so that at least we can leave you on time. So we are not arguing among ourselves. So whatever we will do that we can leave you on time. I think, yes, go, I'm in charge now.
Honorable, your leaders have already spoken. Please, for the good of all of us.
Yes, he should yield to his
in
leader.
Order that
is the available leader.
You'll
Don't
be
disagree
able
with your available leader. Are you disagreeing with your available leader?
Honorable members, in order that you'll be able to go through the rest of the 10 questions, it's better that we adhere to what I'm saying. The owners of the question will ask the main question, and if there's any supplementary, you can see offer in the sidelines, so that.
Mr. Speaker, I think that will be in order, because even for the health of the minister, standing and answering about 10 questions, it's not easy. And looking at his age, we need to also sympathize with him.
Why? Mr. Speaker, I haven't called you. Okay, let me hear you.
Speaker, I am tempted to support the position of the majority whip. But the problem is that when they advertise the questions with the answers, it is the answers that will determine whether the questions can be taken within 1 hour or not. Sometimes the answers are such that they elicit more supplementary. So that's where the problem is. It's not about the time of 1 hour. It's about what the ministers are informing Parliament about. It's the longevity of the answers. And on today's order paper, the advertised answers, there's no way they can be taken in 1 hour. That ought to have been a guide to the committee today.
I don't think I'm opening this issue for discussion. I just wanted to inform you. So it's an information I'm giving to the House. I'm going to take only the main questions. Auntie Sowa, am I with you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make a suggestion. Can we reschedule the rest of the questions? Because supplementary is very key. The question I'm asking, I need to ask at least 3 supplementary questions. And if it's just to read the question, I don't think it will meet my need. So please, my suggestion is we reschedule the rest of the questions for another time.
Auntie Sowa, already you've been made aware that we have a chunk of questions that are begging for time to be answered. So many. You see, when the majority leader read the business statement, you realize a lot of members were raising the issue that their questions have not been filed and those kind of things. We have so many of them. So, if you have supplementary questions, please, you can see offer in the sidelines. But I'm going with my decision. The main questions alone. So we move to question number 486. Question number 486. And that is in the member for Buin. I guess you are asking the question on his behalf. Okay, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what urgent steps the ministry is taking to improve on safety of motorists on the Accra-Tema motorway and the emerging communities along the route. I thank you.
Very important question, offer. I've been hearing you that that road will be opening today, and it has been opened.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Tema motorway forms part of the National Road N1 and connects Harbour City of Tema to Accra. The total length is 19.5 kilometers, that is east and west bounds. It is a rigid pavement and in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the Mobile Maintenance Unit 2 of the Ghana Highway Authority is patching potholes on the Accra-Tema motorway with Portland cement pre-mixed concrete. The Bridge Maintenance Unit of the Ghana Highway Authority is also undertaking repair works on the La Kaku Bridge, which was open to traffic at 6 a.m. today. Mr. Speaker, the future program is that the ministry intends to expand the existing 4-lane motorway into a 10-lane motorway comprising of 4-lane freeway access control, 3 urban highways, 3 interchanges, and a number of footbridges for pedestrian crossing. All safety measures for motorists and pedestrians have been incorporated into the design. Mr. Speaker, the urban highways and the interchanges would serve the communities along the road corridor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We now move to question number 490. Question number 490. And the question stands in the member for German South. German South. Honorable William Okofo Date.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahenkwan will be asking the question on behalf of Honorable Okofo Date.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor working on the road from Japekrum to Kwame Sekrum will return to site after it abandoned the road project for several months.
Very well. Offer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the background, the Japekrum to Kwame Sekrum feeder road, measuring 18.6 kilometers, is an engineered access feeder road located in the German South District of the Bono region. It is a gravel road with fair surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of this road commenced on 18th November 2016 and was expected to be completed on 18th July 2018. The contractor has achieved only 30% of physical progress, citing payment challenges as the reason for the delay in completion. Mr. Speaker, work executed before abandoning site include 1. Clearing and is 19 kilometers. Formation 19 kilometers. Sub-base 5.2 kilometers. 2 by 1,800 millimeter pipe culvert. 1 number. 1/900 millimeter pipe culvert. 2 number. 600 millimeter by 600 millimeter concrete U-drains for 4,200 meters. 900 by 900 millimeter concrete U-drains, 250 meters. Mr. Speaker, the progress of work to date compared to the elapsed contract period shows a very low progress. The Department of Federal Roads will carry out a reassessment of the contractor's capacity to execute the works so that the future of the contract can be determined. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I also thank you. So we move to question number 493. Question 493. A member for Ekunfi, Honorable Abeku Prince. Honorable, you may ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highway. When the 12-kilometer Esuisia Utium Road, construction of which began 2012, will be completed?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Esuisia to Otuam Road is in the Ekunfi district of the Central Region. The road is part of Regional Road 62 R62, which starts from Apam through Mountford, Otuam, Esuisia, Edumakum, Esikuma to Among Fopong. Agriculture and fishing are the primary economic activities along this corridor. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Esuisia Otuam Road was awarded on contract under the title Resealing and Partial Reconstruction of Otuam Esuisia 16 kilometers and Otuam Town Roads covering 2 kilometers. The contract commenced on 5th May 2011 for completion by 30th November 2013. The contractor, Mr. Speaker, abandoned site after completing 57.85% of the works. Outstanding drainage structures were repackaged and awarded to a second contractor under the contract titled Construction of Drainage Structures on Esuisia to Otuam Road. That's from kilometer 0 to kilometer 10, the first 10 kilometers for the period 1st December 2016 to 26 September 2017. The second contractor also abandoned site after completing 32.62% of the works. Mr. Speaker, the Esuisia Otuam Road has been recently repackaged as partial reconstruction of Ekunfi Otuam to Esuisia Road, measuring 15 kilometers, and submitted to the head office of the Ghana Highway Authority for consideration as its future program. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I guess Honorable Delasowa is not happy with my directives, eh? I could see you doing some, but just take it in good faith. So we move it to question 613. Question 613. A member for Everua Ajomoro Jula, Honorable Kofi Akon, all the way, as in Nokwe.
Honorable Kofi Akun Noku.
Noku.
Yes.
Very well. So let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has to construct a bridge over the river Ankobra for communities on the Wiaso Maham stretch to link the southern part of the constituency to the northern part, which is the economic powerhouse. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
A bridge for economic powerhouse.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Wiaso Maham Road forms part of the Jura and Yinase to Jura Wiaso feeder road, which truncates at the southern bank of the Ankobra River. The overbank of this crossing point continues to Kutukrom, which is within the northern part of the Ajumoro Jura constituency and beyond to link Pristia in the Pristia to Huni Valley district of the Western region. Mr. Speaker, the installation of a bridge across the Ankobra at this point will also offer a shorter route to connect the Jura and Pristia to Huni Valley constituencies and will enhance socio-economic development of the area. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program yet for the construction of the bridge. Feasibility studies for the determination of suitable crossing point has been completed. However, it was observed that due to illegal mining activities, the current width of the river is 150 meters and may require a bridge of span above 150 meters. Such a length of bridge would require huge investment. The ministry has plans to source the dedicated funding for detailed geotechnical investigation and design of the appropriate bridge structure as its future program. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we move to question number 641. 641. And it stands in a member for Awutu Senior West. Awutu Senior West. Honourable Gizera Tete Aboti. Honourable, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Awutu Township roads will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, sorry.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Awutu Township roads are partially engineered and in poor condition. The town is located in the Awutu Senior West district of the Central Region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bitumen surfacing of Awutu, Breku, and Bogbiasi town roads measuring 14.35 kilometers commenced on 6 September 2017 for completion by 5th March 2019. The completion date was extended to 30th October 2021, which has since elapsed. Work executed to date include 3.50 kilometers of clearing, 750 meters of 600 millimeter by 600 millimeter concrete U drains, one numbered single 1,200 millimeter pipe culverts. Mr. Speaker, the overall progress of work
is projected at 15% fiscal completion. 2 warning letters have been issued to the contractor to reactivate the site and expedite progress, but that has not been needed to by the contractor. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Federal Roads is initiating the necessary contractual processes to determine the contract and repackage for award as the future program for this project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, 2 of our members are not around, so I just want to make a plea that we'll jump to question number 952, so that we'll give Honorable Director an opportunity to ask one supplementary question.
So it means we forgo
715, 742, 743.
But available leader, why don't you ask any member to ask the question on behalf of those members?
Mr. Speaker, normally they give indication that maybe they are not available, any other person should ask the question on their behalf. Since we don't have that communication, for want of time.
Well, but I will ask someone to ask the question on behalf of them. So, Honorable, what? No. Please, no. I'm not giving any supplementary question to anybody. So we move to question number 715. 715. And the question stands in the name of a member for Nkwanta North, Honorable John Kwabena Otibres. So you may ask the question for and on behalf of the Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads in the Nkwanta South constituency will be awarded to contractors, since the estimates have been prepared and approved for several months now. I, Pesa Tinjasi, Pesa Kabongula. Pesa Kabongula.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pesa Tinjasi. Mr. Speaker, this road forms part of the Pesa Tinjasi to Nabu border feeder road of length 24.8 kilometers. It is an engineered feeder road located in the Nkwanta North District of the Oti region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bituminous surface dressing of Pesa Tinjasi feeder road measuring 24.8 kilometers and Pesa town roads of 1.20 kilometers was awarded on 4th November 2015. Works commenced on 6th January 2016 with an expected completion date of 6th January 2017. The contractor vacated site in 2016 after executing only 11% of the works. The contract was recommended for termination in October 2020 and was terminated on 17th June 2021. Works executed as at termination include 1. Clearing and formation covering 26 kilometers and construction of 600 millimeter U-drain, that is 300 meters. Mr. Speaker, engineering design and condition survey have been conducted on the outstanding works and estimates prepared for consideration under the 2023 budget. Pasa to Kabong Wuri Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is a 10.6 kilometer partially engineered and 2 kilometer unengineered road located in the Nkwanta North District.
Honorable Minister, hold on. There are a lot of meetings. Deputy Minister, all the meetings in the House must cease. Offer, we are listening to you.
I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was dealing with the Pasa Kabonwuli Road, and I did say that this road is 10.6 kilometers partially engineered and 2 kilometers unengineered road located in the Nkwanta North district of the Oti region. The entire road is in poor condition and leads to farming communities. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no upgrading or rehabilitation program on the road. Engineering design and condition survey have been conducted on the road for rehabilitation. However, the execution will be considered under the 2023 budget as the future program for this road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we can now turn to question number 742. Question number 742. A member for NABDA, Honorable Dr. Mark Ket Nawani. Yes. Honorable available leader, I may ask the question for and on behalf of.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways, the Azonge Zalerugu Pelungu Sekoti Road, which was under construction but currently appears to have stopped.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Asonge Zalelugu to Pelungu to Sakoti Road is a 16.5 kilometer engineered road located in the Namdam district of the Upper East region. The Azongo Zalelugu Pelungu Road, measuring 7.5 kilometers section of the road, is an earth road in poor condition, while the Pelungu Sakote stretch measuring 9 kilometers has gravel surface in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, currently 1. Azungo Zalelugu Pelungu feeder road measuring 7.5 kilometers. The contract for the bitumen surfacing of this feeder road was scheduled to commence on 22nd May 2018 for completion by 21st May 2019. The contractor abandoned the site after achieving a physical progress of 23%. Warning letters were issued to the contractor to reactivate the site, but the site continues to be inactive. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Federal Roads has initiated the necessary contractual procedure to terminate the contract and repackage for award under the 2023 budget. 2. The Lungu to Sakote feeder road measuring 9 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, contract for the rehabilitation of this road was awarded as part of the contract titled Rehabilitation of Lungu to Congo Feeder Road and others, measuring 40.60 kilometers. The contract commenced on 22nd May 2018 and was scheduled to be completed on 21st August 2019, but was extended to 20th February 2021 due to additional works issued to the contractor. The Speaker, the specific activities carried out on the Pelungu to Sakoti Road included clearing and formation of the road, construction of drainage structures, and graveling of the entire 9 kilometers, which were completed in August 2019. There has been a washout at kilometer 3+70, where a box culvert is located. Hydraulic and hydrological studies are to be carried out to determine the size and number of extra drainage structures to be installed within the affected section in order to provide adequate capacity to prevent future overtopping of the road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the future program, the department has initiated the necessary contractual process to terminate the Azonge to Zalelugo to Pelungu Road contract. The outstanding works on this contract will be repackaged together with the extra drainage structures to be provided on the Pelungu Circle T section for re-award after termination. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Offer. So, NABDAM again. Dr. Mark Nawani on question 743. So, Honorable Available Leader, you may ask that question as well.
Right, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the status of the Congo Bongo Soy Akuyanga Road.
Yes, Offer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Congo to Bongo Soy, also known as Akayonga Road, is a 16.5 kilometer gravel road in poor condition. It connects Congo in the Nabdam district to Bongo Soy, also known as Akayonga in the Bongo district, which are all communities located in the Upper East region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road was awarded on contract for sport improvement under the contract titled Sport Improvement of Bongo, Balungu to Namon feeder roads and others, measuring a total of 40.40 kilometers. The contract was scheduled to commence on 18th June 2018 to be completed on 17th June 2019. The intended completion date was extended to 17th February 2021 due to additional works. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has so far worked on the Bongo to Balungu to Namon feeder road of length 8 kilometers and is yet to work on the Congo to Bongo So road, where completed to date is projected at 39% physical completion. As part of its future programs, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Feeder Roads is taking the necessary steps to get the contractor back to site to complete works on the Congo Bongo So road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is Honorable Member for Zabzugu here? Yes, I'm jumping to you. Question number 1089. Question number 1089. Honorable Jabba John Benham. Yes, Zabzugu.
Okay. Right, Mr. Speaker, I'll take this question as well.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the contractor on the Goi Kukani Dagbani through Botania to Benin Kundu Road construction project has been abandoned. Sorry.
Honorable Leader, I deliberately jump. I want to take Honorable Soa as the last question. So, please, available leader, you may go on. Available leader, you may ask the question again. Available leader, I am in charge. I'm saying ask the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the contractor on the Goi-Kukani-Dagbani through Gotania to Binying Kundu Road construction project has been abandoned site since November 2020, and when the contractor will return to site.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Go Kukani, Dagbani, Go Tame, and Kudo are communities along the Guguga, Gotiani, Bitidohandino feeder road, measuring 28.2 kilometers, which is located in the Zabzugo district of the northern region. It is a gravel road with poor surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the rehabilitation of Gokuga, Gotiani to Bitidohandino feeder road was awarded on 20th January 2020 and commenced on 16th April 2020 for an expected completion date of 15th April 2021, which has since expired. Mr. Speaker, the contractor's presence at site has been erratic, and he has cited delay in payment as a major challenge, which has greatly hampered their program to complete the works on schedule. Work done to date include, Mr. Speaker, clearing and formation of the road, 18 kilometers, 1/900 millimeter pipe covered, 6 in number, 2/900 millimeter pipe covered, 1 in number, 1,200 millimeter pipe covered, 1 in number, 2 by 1,200 millimeter pipe covered, 2 in number, 3 by 1,200 millimeter pipe covered, 1 in number. Progress of work is projected at 20% physical completion. And Mr. Speaker, a warning letter has been issued to the contractor on the slow progress and delay in completing the works. The contractor's response to the warning to reactivate the site will be monitored, after which the necessary recommendations will be made as part of the future program. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now take the last question from a member for Pandu, Honorable De La Soa, who has consistently challenged my directives. Honorable, let's hear you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to ask of roads and highways what the ministry's progress is for Pando Town roads, Befiton roads, Toko Road, and Alloy roads. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pando is the capital of the Pando municipality in the Volta region. Alloy is a suburb of Pando. Currently, Mr. Speaker, in dealing with Pando and Alori town roads, selected roads in the above-named towns have been awarded under the contract upgrading of selected roads in Pando municipality, measuring 17.5 kilometers. The project commenced on May 7, 2015 for completion by November 7, 2016. Progress of work is at 8% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site. Work done to date include 1 site clearance for 1.7 kilometers, 600 millimeter diameter U drain, 1,362 meters, and 900 millimeter diameter U drain, 19 meters. As a result of the contractor's non-performance, the project has been recommended for termination, and steps are being taken to terminate and re-award the outstanding work for completion. The Speaker, 2, Toko Road. The Speaker, this road is part of the Kami to Gorokwati to Toko Road, also known as IR7. The total road length is 34 kilometers. The road passes through Afajato South District and Kwando Municipality. The road surface type is partly bituminous and partly gravel. Kwando to Toko Road, currently, Mr. Speaker, as part of the 2019-2020 resealing program. The resealing of Kwando to Toko Road, measuring 7 kilometers, was awarded to be completed on 30th October 2020. The contractor has applied for extension of time. Currently, work has stalled due to delay in payment for work done. The project is at 28% physical completion. The contractor has executed the following activities. He has demolished and site clearance 0.27%, earthworks 1.97%, concrete works 11.04%. 3. Gbefi to Gbefi Tonu. The Speaker, these are connected by a 1.3 kilometer gravel road and located in the Kwando district of the Volta.
It's another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyokote. You're welcome and stay tuned as I bring you all things business, including stories that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. The rapid increment in petroleum products is becoming burdensome on consumers. Now, the phenomenon has been attributed to the cedi's decline against major foreign currencies and the ongoing tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, Duncan Amwa, joins us on BizTech as he unravels factors that results in fuel price hikes, the impact on consumers, and the way forward for Ghanaians. My colleague Maoli Aholumega has the details.
Prices of petroleum products are expected to increase significantly in the second pricing window for March this year.
The move is expected to impact on consumers as well as increase the cost of living in the country. But why has there been a persistent hike in the prices of petroleum products from the beginning of 2022? We unpack this through a conversation with an expert from the petroleum sector. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. My name is Maoli Aholimeka. Welcome back from that break. Duncan Amwa is my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Duncan is the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Duncan, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
Very well. And you?
I'm doing very well. Good to see you. It's been a while.
I would have said good to see you. I'm happy to see you, but I'm not happy.
Why are you not happy?
Mauli, we've been complaining about fuel for the past 1 year. It looks the more we talk, the more Ghanaians complain. The more things get worse. You wonder whether there's a leadership response. And so we are effectively contemplating probably jumping on the streets. Maybe when we talk, they don't hear. So perhaps we might join them on the streets and in their offices to remind them that fuel is becoming a disaster on our hands as Ghanaians.
Yeah. So I want to come from the beginning of the year. We saw some very astronomical increments in fuel. From your point of view and COPEC as an organization, how is the sector faring, especially with these increments?
You see, everybody has their challenge currently. What you find with the BDCs is that the monies that they have invested, their financing, is dwindling by the day. Again, if they also have financing partners, the banks that provide LCs and all, where they take credit to do their importations, you're also jeopardizing the banks, because if there's a default, the banks would now have to probably go find the monies elsewhere. Then you come to the OMCs, they also complain bitterly that the prices you see at the pumps are suppressed prices. If they were quoting the actual prices that they should sell the products, we probably would have crossed the 9 city mark by now, probably 10, 11, 12. But because of competition, they are also undercutting themselves. So the OMC wing is suffering, BDC is complaining. It doesn't end there. You come to the consumer point, the trotro drivers are nonetheless happy. I've just received an indication that they even want to increase transport fares further. If you go around the country, you would not find a single Ghanaian who would commend authorities for the kind of prices we are seeing at the pumps. When you talk, others will want to make political, capital of it and say whatever they want to say. But the truth be told, the pump numbers, no matter how you rationalize, make excuses, justify, and talk, all the political grammar, the pump prices would effectively expose you, because we seem not to be doing anything. And for the first time since I got to know how to write my name, we are smuggling fuel from Togo now into Ghana, because Togo is able to give better pricing than Ghana does. It is not good.
But is that a sustainable move? Especially because some also argue that the cedi is also struggling against other major trading currencies. We also have the Russia-Ukraine crisis as well. Do you think this is sustainable, that we have to go to Togo to sort of purchase fuel?
Well, we are not going to Togo to purchase. I'm saying they are rather smuggling petrol now from Togo into Ghana, because your prices are higher. So if somebody gets the yellow gallon and is able to move it into the country, he's probably going to gain. What we are witnessing currently is multifaceted. You have the geopolitical, the global dynamics at play, and then you also have your local influences also squeezing us. You cannot do much about Russia and Ukraine. It's not within your domain. But you had safety nets that envisioned such times happening. And that is why the first president of Ghana Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah thought it wise to put up a refinery because he had seen from the Volta Basin and the other geological seismics that had been done that Ghana was sitting on commercial oil. So he put up a refinery and said, when Ghana is able to get oil, we can refine for our people. Now, post 2010, when we started commercial production of oil, our refinery has never been better. So one of the safety nets that could have given you fuel security, your local refinery, now that you are producing oil in commercial quantities, is down, is out completely. This was one of the single investments that contributed so much to Ghana's GDP. I'm talking of the 1998-99 era. TOR alone was contributing almost 5% to what Ghana's GDP was at the time. As we speak, it's contributing 0 because it's shut down. You also have a lot of very good engineers in there who could turn things around, but the politics of us would not allow that institution to work. So we prefer rather to take our crude outside, get a refinery outside to refine, and then we go for a cargo or a vessel to bring it back to Ghana as refined products. You are creating jobs for those refineries. You are creating wealth for those economies. You are changing your cedi to dollar to go and bring the finished product. Your refinery is down. So that safety net is off. In the 90s, we also thought, okay, why not build an Oklahoma cushioning type of buffer called BUST that could hold finished products, not crude, so that when there's crisis out there, we cannot probably be able to bring products. BUST will have strategic stocks to let the people be able to go about their day-to-day. As we speak, BUST doesn't also seem to have a liter of strategic stock that they could put onto the market when Russia-Ukraine gets worse or get, super bad. So those safety nets are down. And so whatever geopolitical activities occur out there, the trotro driver in Ghana has to pay for it. This is not sustainable. And we think that the earlier our leaders wake up to the reality, the pump prices keep exposing them by the day, but they simply want to just pretend nothing is happening. Russia-Ukraine is costing your trotro driver to pay more for fuel. It means that you fail to plan for them.
Okay. All right, Duncan, I'll just take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Yeah, so I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa. He's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. And we've been talking about the Ghana's petroleum sector and the increasing hike in petroleum prices. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome up on our break. I've been speaking with Duncan Amma, and he's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Duncan, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. You've been telling me about the geopolitical reasons why we are seeing a lot of fuel price hikes, especially in Ghana. Now, I want to come down back home. There have been some calls that we should remove some petroleum taxes. What is COPEC's view on that?
We've sent memos and proposition papers to that effect. Nothing has been done. When you move from the geopolitical factors, the local influences, one of the key ones happens to be the taxes. And then, of course, the cedi's performance to the dollar. If you look at the levels of taxes, not sustainable. You have finance ministers given blank check by Parliament to slap taxes on petrol as and when they will. And so one finance minister comes, says, I need revenue. The lowest hanging fruit is petrol. They slap taxes. When they are leaving, they don't take out the taxes. So they leave. Another one comes, he needs money. He also slap taxes. And that informs the 13, 14 items that constitute the price build-up. Largely tax A, tax B, tax C. Some of them were actually introduced to serve as, a gap, a revenue gap, for government, because our crude that we export, we expected around 55, it had dropped to about 30. So there was some gap created. We introduced taxes so that government can be able to realize their target. As we speak, the reverse is the case, yet those taxes are still being charged. The special petroleum tax. You have stabilization and recovery levy. You want to stabilize prices for me when world market prices get bad or bullish. Now it's bad. You are still charging me 16 pesos, 14 pesos to stabilize fuel prices. When I ask what you're doing with the money, then they tell you premix. If you need money to subsidize for premix, go back to parliament and say premix subsidy. 3 pesos, 5 pesos, then we know we are paying 3 pesos for premix. But don't collect 16 pesos in the name of stabilization and recovery. When we ask, you said you are using it for premix. That is untenable. Completely untenable. And so, whilst we're looking at Russia, Ukraine as some of the contributing factors to why fuel price is so high and is still going higher, the local influences, especially the city and the taxes, which is within our domain and control, is what most Ghanaians are looking up to authorities to do something about. Because Russia, Ukraine, you can't stop them. But you can put in measures to ensure your city performs well. You can also put in measures to ensure that as crude prices rise, as cost of finished products also escalate, you can at least decelerate on the taxes a bit. But you talk, they won't probably do anything about it. So then the fanatics will come and make excuses. And then you go to the pumps, it's gone up again. It's just been one bad cycle, and we hope that within the next 7-day period, we would hear something meaningful and significant. If we don't, we'll jump onto the streets and probably make sure that this time round, we are not speaking grammar. Probably we'll walk the grammar on the street so that they can hear us very loud and clear. Petrol is too high for Ghanaian pockets currently.
Yeah, Duncan, so finally, there have been some calls for the thermal oil refinery to be given some strategic partnership in terms of to help it, revamp its operations. Finally, just your final take. What are your views on that, and where do you think this form of strategic partnership, where do you see it going?
You see, you cannot be an oil producing country only to export everything you produce with no strategy or plan in place to also serve your local market. What Tor would have done to the Ghanaian market would be to provide the fuel security we need. But due to our unnecessary politicking, Tor is on its knees, it cannot work. Ghanaians are still paying for Tor debt since 2003. We are paying. We are not putting in the right investments. We are not able to upgrade their tools, plant, and equipment. So, what you put in, you are lucky to get it out in same quantity. You probably make losses. We are not putting in any investment. It is still a viable, asset. If the government doesn't have the resource to put in immediately or inject, sell Tor for $1, like others have said, so that a strategic investor can put in the needed resources, can be given the free hand to work or operate, and ensure that Tor is run as an economically viable concern, not an arm of, our politicking that allows us to flood the place with 800 people when 150 can sustain operations, not when we are appointing people simply because of a political reasoning, but they should come with the wherewithal, the competence, and KPIs that we can measure and hold them to. If you do these things, you will be able to revamp Tor. And I have said refineries are profitable. It is the only reason people are building new ones like the Dangote refinery. They are injecting so much because they know it would not only serve the country, but it would also create a certain economy around it.
All right. Duncan, thank you very much. And so I've been speaking with Duncan Amwa, and he's the Executive Secretary for the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers, and we've been talking about the petroleum sector and the persistent hikes in petroleum products across the country. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Many thanks for watching. My name is Mauli Aholimeka.
Thank you, Mauli. Up next is Biz Headlines. On to our first story on the cedi's performance. Now, the Ghana cedi has passed the 8 cedi mark to sell at 8 cedis 12 pesos. This is according to AfriSwap. The cedi is, however, trading against the dollar at a buying price of 7 cedis 94 pesos, whilst the British pound is selling at 10 cedis 17 pesos and buying at 10 cedis 17 pesos. The euro is also at 8 cedis 33 pesos and buying at 8 cedis 53 pesos as at the time of filing this report. Meanwhile, there have been calls on the government to take actions to stabilize the cedi against other major trading currencies. The Importers and Exporters Association has also called on the government to peg the cedi at a fixed rate, as it says the constant increase is affecting the price of imports. The price of eggs sold in the country has witnessed a 10% increment effective March 14, 2022, according to the Poultry Farmers Association of Ghana. This will mean consumers will now purchase a crate of eggs between 27 Ghana cedis and 35 Ghana cedis, depending on the size and location of purchase. National President of the association, Napoleon Ajuman, in an interview said the increment is due to the high cost of poultry feed and medication for day-old chicks also going up. On the redevelopment of the Ghana Trade Fair site, the company has signed a memorandum of understanding with Singapore-based developer Stella Holding Limited. According to reports, Stella Holding Limited will see to the injection of $1 billion sourced by the firm for the redevelopment of the trade fair site in Accra. Chairman of the Ghana Trade Fair, Dr. Daniel Macaulay, delivering brief remarks after the signing ceremony, said Stella Holding Limited will establish a joint venture company for the development of a 65-acre of the 140-acre large trade fair site. This is great news for Ghana, the people of La, and the African continent as a whole. The COVID-19 pandemic dealt a big blow to our plans as investors cooled off. So, we are happy to get back fully on track with such serious group of credible investors as well. Minister of Information Kojo Oppong Nkrumah has said government has been engaging in discussions aimed at easing COVID-19 induced land border restrictions and measures to mitigate escalating fuel price hikes. According to him, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has in the past 2 days been engaging relevant stakeholders in a bid to mitigate the situation, which is having an effect on livelihood and businesses. In a tweet posted on Thursday, March 17, 2022, the Information Minister wrote, "Yesterday and today at N. Akufo-Addo has been engaged in meetings in preparation to announce easing of restrictions at our borders and tackling escalating fuel prices." On ECG disconnections, the Electricity Company of Ghana has disconnected power supply to the Ghana Airports Company Limited over debts owed to the tune of 49 million Ghana cedis. According to ECG, the debts have been accumulated over the years. ECG's task force embarked on this exercise as part of measures to address power challenges and errant customers. It is, however, worth noting that this disruption of power at the airport does not affect travels and other businesses at the terminals. To our final story on the Ghanaian economy, Professor Stephen Adai, a former chairman of the Ghana Revenue Authority, has urged the government to reduce its expenditure in order to save the economy. According to him, the only way to salvage the economy, which is facing some challenges, is through a reduction in the earnings of government appointees and other Article 71 office holders. Professor Adai said in an interview that a reduction in expenditure will help the government to mobilize funds and address some pertinent issues in the country. He explained, why should a country like Ghana have about 4 or 5 ministries of transports? It's incredible. In other countries, we have one minister and then we have technical heads of these institutions. So we can reduce the size of government. Actually, under this circumstance, I think that the executives and other things must have a pay cut. Maybe 25% will do. That's all we have for you on this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Follow us on all our social media handles. On Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, we are at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for joining. My name is Na Oyokote. Have a great weekend.